Hello everyone, I welcome you all for the discussion of the questions that came up in Civil Services Mains 2021, where we'll be discussing the questions that came up, as you can see on the screen, with respect to Indian polity. And the difficulty and other aspects, I will speak about that in the end. Let us first try to examine all the questions that came up in the exam. And before that, I would like to tell you how to approach the question and how to look for the areas or the demand of that question. And when I say the areas or the demand of the question, I'd like to just add here that when I'm talking about deciphering a question, you need to keep these two things in mind. I'll tell you how to decipher the question. The basic common aspects here is that you need to first underline the keywords. Keywords, or I would even say key phrases. You would have certain keywords, certain key phrases in the question itself. You would need to read the question, underline those keywords, key phrases. I'll tell you how to do it. And after you've underlined the question's keywords, then you need to move on ahead. And after that, you now need to frame your structure. You need to frame the structure of the question. When I talk about structure, I basically imply that what will be the ingredients to your answer, where we know very well that when I talk about the structure, the first point that we need to write shall be introduction. We will introduce the question using the keyword or the key phrase. We will pick up that keyword as the first statement. Around that keyword we frame an introduction, and when we write anything here, I would also like to just clarify one simple point, that when you are introducing, you should not go beyond 2-3 lines when you are introducing a 150 word answer. And when you are writing about, let's say, a 250 word answer, then you can take it to 4-5 lines. I'll tell you what is meant by introducing, how we introduce, how we pick up the keywords and write. After we've introduced, then we go on to the structure, the main structure, the main body we call it, where we have the analysis. We will have analysis as the second part in our body. And when I talk about analysis, now the question is how to build sub-themes, because when I'm talking about analysis of the question, you will have statements like critically analyze. You will have statements like do you agree? Critically analyze, do you agree? Each of these phrases, they come up in the question, so you need to develop sub-themes in your analysis. This is again very, very important. Without developing sub-themes, you cannot score well, because the moment you have sub-themes, it becomes easier for the examiner to look for the points in your answer. If you don't create the sub-themes, let's say if I was examining your question, I would not know what to find for in your answer. So if you introduce, I know that the person has picked up the keyword, given me an intro around that. Second, I know that the main body has the structure. There are sub-themes in the main body itself, and then after we are done with the main body, then in the end, what we'll write is the conclusion. What we'll write is the conclusion. And when I talk about conclusion, this is again very important. Concluding an answer is an art, because you need to, here in polity specifically, write about some important recommendations. Now, what kind of recommendations? Obviously, that depends on question to question, but you need to write, let's say, about any law commission recommendation that you know. You need to write about any observation made by the Supreme Court. You need to write about the observations made by commissions like Sarkaria, like Punchi, like Second ARC. Each of these questions which have gone into the matter, analyzed it and told us what to do. So this has to be your conclusion, where you have to be very limited with the type of words that you use. And your 150 word, if you are writing, let's say for a 150 word answer, if you're writing a 150 word answer, then if you're writing 150 words, then your question is ending here. Keeping in mind that you write 2-3 lines in the intro, you write your points in a structured format, developing the sub-themes, and then you conclude. Your answer ends here. But when you are writing, let's say, a question that needs 250 words, then you need to write the grand idea, your grand suggestion, where you need to write something which goes beyond the debate. You need to go beyond these 1, 2, 3 points, go beyond intro, structure and conclusion, and present a grand solution where you write it as a way forward. You will write a way forward only in a question where you are writing an answer for 250 words. So again, would like to repeat what I said. You need to first underline the keywords. If you are not done with the first step, you cannot proceed ahead. You automatically lose, let's say, 10 to 20% of your marks. You've analyzed the keywords, then you go ahead. You now need to write a structure, introduce the answer using keywords or key phrases that you underlined in the first step. You have to limit your words when you are writing a 10 marker. Move on ahead, develop the sub-themes and put in your points in the body, and then we go ahead with conclusion and the way forward. This is what we want to do. I'll try to do it for all the questions, 9 questions which came up. Constitutional morality is rooted in the Constitution itself and it is founded on the essential facets. Constitutional morality is an idea that is very much reflected in the Constitution. Explain constitutional morality with the help of relevant judicial decisions. Very easy. I need to cite Supreme Court cases which have given the concept, use the concept of constitutional morality, and then before that I need to tell you what exactly is constitutional morality. This is again understandable, where you write down first, you need to tell that the constitutional morality implies following the core principles of constitutional democracy and the ideas and the norms that inspired the makers of the Constitution. What we popularly called as the spirit of the Constitution. It is a living document. So that spirit of the Constitution is constitutional morality. You need not write technical definitions, keep it simple. Then you write down that B.R. Ambedkar had used the concept in 1948. He had used the concept in 1948 where he said that it is with the idea or principle of constitutional morality that the inequalities and disparity can be reduced as the government or the Constitution cannot by itself reduce the disparities. Now see, B.R. Ambedkar basically said that you need to have a constitution to uphold the rights, that constitution will play the important role of protecting the marginalized and the people who are right at the back of the chain. But he also said that mere constitution, mere government is not enough. You can implement the constitution, the government can implement the constitution, but what should be important is those ideas or those core principles which are the spirit of the constitution, which form the very basis of the constitution. Constitution is basically what? It's a written document. It also has a spirit. That spirit is important. Apart from obviously the laws, without laws you cannot go ahead. But that spirit is also important to ensure that the inequalities can be reduced. And in this case, before you write down, you need to write down that in the recent times, the Supreme Court and the High Court has been using the doctrine and interpreting various provisions in the Constitution. Various provisions in the Constitution. You can also add one point here that because it says it is reflected, you can, before you write the Supreme Court point, you will write it here. Add it here that the doctrine is reflected in preamble. The doctrine is reflected in preamble that talks about equality, justice, talks about fundamental rights, that talks about freedom of choice, talks about equality, talks about individual liberty. Then we have social justice. We have social justice as an idea ingrained in DPSPs. And we have due process and procedure established by law. Each of these are what? They are features of the Constitution. These are essential facets of the Constitution. Essential features of the Constitution which are nothing but telling us about the fact that how the doctrine of constitutional morality is prevailing in the Constitution, how it is prevailing in the entire Constitution. And then you write down judicial decisions. Judicial decisions. Number 1, in Keshwanand Bharti case, the Supreme Court gave the basic structure doctrine and limited the powers of the Parliament. Number 2, in 2010, the Delhi High Court struck down Section 377 of the IPC. Section 377 of the IPC, as it said that constitutional morality prevails over the injustice in the society. It also got reflected in the Sabrimala case of Supreme Court in 2018, where the Supreme Court allowed the entry of women in the temple, as the ban on entry violated their Article 14, that is right to equality, violated their right to life, and violated Article 25, their right to profess any religion. We also have seen this spirit getting reflected in 2080 by the Supreme Court in the Navtej Singh Johar case. Navtej Singh Johar case, where the Supreme Court had struck down Article 377. Don't get confused. This was by the Delhi High Court. It was protested in the Supreme Court Finally, court gave the decision here. Again, in 2018, Supreme Court decriminalized adultery in the Joseph Shine case. Each of these points, they were pointing out nothing, but they are trying to address what is there in the Constitution, those rights, the spirit of the Constitution that talks about constitutional morality. And finally, the Supreme Court upheld in 2017 in the KS Puttaswamy case by guaranteeing right to privacy as a part of Article 21. You can also add here in these doctrines, it also has the doctrine of, it also includes limited government. Just to add here, thereby you can see that what is constitutional morality you've explained. You have explained the views of B.R. Ambedkar. You have said that this doctrine is very much visible in the Constitution, in the preamble, in the fundamental rights, in enforcing social justice in DPSPs and fundamental rights, through the due process of law under Article 21, procedure established by law and the doctrine of limited government. You can keep on adding here. Each of these facets are in the Constitution and they reflect the constitutional morality. And these are the judicial decisions. Basic structure limited the power of the Parliament. Delhi High Court prevails injustice in the society. Sabrimala case, 2018, Navdesh Singh Johar, 2018 adultery, and Supreme Court in the KS Puttaswamy case upholding. Now, what is the challenge? The challenge and the way forward here is very, very important. In the way forward, you need to write down that what is constitutional morality is not defined by the courts, and thereby the courts should ensure that it does not become a dangerous weapon, and promotes, this keyword is again important, you have to give me the keyword, judicial overreach. Judicial overreach should not be the case, and that is why I am saying that these keywords, they will help you score. I have again discussed each of these questions. I would again like to just take you back to this slide which I had shown you initially, that this is what you want. Underline the keywords. The entire question I have done in front of you using the keywords, using the phrases. I have drawn the structure, I have introduced body, I have drawn the sub-themes, 2-3 sub-themes in every question we have in 250 words in the present trend of examination. 2-3 merits, demerits, federal character. You need to organically link the sub-themes, conclude, and the way forward. And then we move on to the next question. Discuss the desirability. Now the questions are comparatively easier. Discuss the desirability of the greater representation to women in the higher judiciary. Basically, what would be the benefits of having higher representation of women in higher judiciary? I am just trying to tell you it is higher. Do not confuse it with the lower. No, I want higher. High Court, Supreme Court. Give me the benefits. Answer in 150 words. There are several facts, but you need to simply write here. If I would be you, I would simply write that the country has had a female president, a female prime minister, female governor, but not a female CJI till now. That is why you can add here by facts. No female CJI. And also you need to say that 11% of High Court judges are women. And in Supreme Court, we have 4 female judges. Just 4. Just 4 judges we have. 4 of them. And now the question is on desirability. What is the benefit of having more women? But I would also like to add some reasons for low representation. I know quick points I need to write. For example, entrenched patriarchy does not allow women. Women have familial responsibility. Lack of reservation in Supreme Court and High Court appointment, and lack of a gender inclusive policy of collegium while appointing judges. Obviously, there is no reservation, there is lack of gender inclusive policy, obviously there is lack of court infrastructure. One is crowded. There are no toilets in many of the courts for the women, and there is a bias against women in the legal system, where they don't get clients. Even when they are judges, they are only sent for getting adjournments. Major arguments are not put forward by women. And then also women judges do not generally get well-paying kinds. So you can club these points. I wanted to give you all the points here so that you have a diverse perspective. Entrenched patriarchy. Women have familial responsibility, lack of reservation, lack of gender inclusive policy. Collegium, you can club these 2 points, that there is a bias. Club these 2 points. These 2 points you can club, this one and this one. And now let's look at the desirability. Desirability is again very much desirable. 1, gender diversity in the bench. Number 2, when a lady would see a lady judge, it would also encourage more women to approach courts and report crimes. Number 3, it would bring structural changes in decision making process of the courts. Why? Because it would lead to balanced and empathetic it would lead to balanced and empathetic approach in cases of sexual violence. It would also give a gendered and a diverse perspective in the judgments. We can say that it would lead to a bias-free judiciary. Women have been seen to influence the decision of the entire panel. So if you have more representation, it would also lead to bias-free and practically balanced judgments. And this would also thereby improve public trust. Look at the priority. From very narrow points. I am going to broad points. This is the sense of priority that you should be having. It would improve public trust. This is the most narrow interpretation. Obviously, more women, better diversity, but in the long term, you would see these aspects. You need to develop these ideas. Follow newspapers. When you read anything, you develop a structure. You need to have a stable thought, and then you need to attempt your answers. Merely attempting many questions will not help. First, try to understand, to break up the term which is being demanded in the question, identify the keywords, build sub-themes and connect the sub-themes, conclude your answers. These 2-3 things will help you in scoring well in all the areas in your mains. And suggestions, you should, number 1, there is a vacancy in high courts right now. So these vacancies should be used as an opportunity to improve representation of women. Second, there should be reservations in legal education, especially law schools. And the present CJI has recommended National Judicial Infrastructure Corporation. National Judicial Infrastructure Corporation for inclusive design of court complex. Right, and there should be compulsory courses for gender sensitization in law schools. Now see, you need not get harrowed by the fact that we are exceeding the word limit. Yes, we might be, but if you look at this, I don't think we are. We would limit to be 160, 170 words. If you think we are, then you can skip these 2 points. The last point you can skip. You can write these 3 points, they are more than enough for the discussion in the exam. The next question is, how have the recommendations of 14th Finance Commission enabled the states to improve their fiscal position? Now, fiscal position, Finance Commission, if you don't write this term, then your extra points are gone. If you do not give me this term in this question, that is fiscal federalism, you have to insert this term. You have to tell the examiner that it is a matter of sharing of resources. We already have seen pandemic troubling the revenue of the states. We have seen that the GST compensation is getting delayed. The states want the GST compensation to go beyond 2-3 more years beyond 2022. In the light of these events, the question is going back. I know it's a strange question to ask. We were expecting 15th Finance Commission. The question has gone back to even 14th Finance Commission recommendations. Says, has it really helped the states or not? So we'll simply write about introduction. We know that under Article 80, the President constitutes Finance Commission to decide the distribution of taxation proceeds of the center with the states. Very easy. Everyone knows very well what is Article 280, but recommendations, it has these keywords, themes. Number 1, higher tax devolution from the recommendation of the 13th Finance Commission to share 32% of the resources. The 14th Finance Commission has suggested 42% of the center's tax proceeds have to be shared. Number 1, it would give more fiscal space to the states to devise centrally sponsored schemes. It would give, obviously when you get more money, you can plan your expenditure, you can devise schemes for the welfare of the citizens, and what is more important, the states have been always complaining, it also ensures autonomy. I want to see this keyword in your answers, autonomy. Autonomy in the expenditure. Autonomy means that the states can spend money on the areas that they want, unlike the centrally sponsored schemes. Under the centrally sponsored schemes, the states are meant to spend on those schemes which is devised by the center. So we are not criticizing them, just giving you an idea. I'm saying this, that the center's tax proceeds have increased, more fiscal space. It has given autonomy to plan the expenditure. It has increased, it has led to increase in the tied funds, not tied funds, it has led to increase in the untied funds. Let me correct it. It has led to increase in the untied funds. Untied implies that there is no conditionality in spending, and it is also progressive. It is progressive means that the benefit of the transfers, of the increase in transfer, is more for states with a less net per capita as compared to the states with high per capita income. The states which are poorer, which have a poor per capita income, they'd be the biggest beneficiaries. They'd be the biggest benefactors as compared to the states which have a better per capita income. And that is why you see here, that this is what is the benefit. Progressive recommendations. 32% to 42%. 42% is the highest recommendation. Highest recommendation till now, I hope all of you know, even the 15th FC could not bypass 42%. But the fiscal position improves. There are significant challenges. Next sub-theme. Examiner would clearly see the person can have a broader viewpoint on the topics. Other challenges faced by the states, obviously, the center had to respond. The center increased your devolution, also increased the number of cesses and surcharges. And let me tell you, this revenue is not shared with the states. The pandemic has induced increase in expenditure, and the GST compensation has got delayed. These are three quick challenges that you write, and thereby in the way forward you write down that Finance Commission has played a significant role in promoting fiscal federalism and granting autonomy to the states with respect to expenditure. Fiscal federalism. I want to see this keyword. And then we move on to the next question. Discuss the desirability. Now the questions are comparatively easier. Discuss the desirability of the greater representation to women in the higher judiciary. Basically, what would be the benefits of having higher representation of women in higher judiciary? I am just trying to tell you it is higher. Do not confuse it with the lower. No, I want higher. High Court, Supreme Court, give me the benefits. Answer in 150 words. There are several facts, but you need to simply write here. If I would be you, I would simply write that the country has had a female president, a female prime minister, female governor, but not a female CJI till now. That is why you can add here by facts. No female CJI. And also you need to say that 11% of High Court judges are women. And in Supreme Court we have 4 female judges. Just 4. Just 4 judges we have. 4 of them. And now the question is on desirability. What is the benefit of having more women? But I would also like to add some reasons for low representation. I know quick points I need to write. For example, entrenched patriarchy does not allow women. Women have familial responsibility. Lack of reservation in Supreme Court and High Court appointment, and lack of a gender inclusive policy of collegium while appointing judges. Obviously, there is no reservation, there is lack of gender inclusive policy, obviously there is lack of court infrastructure. One is crowded. There are no toilets in many of the courts for the women, and there is a bias against women in the legal system, where they don't get clients even when they are judges. They are only sent for getting adjournments. Major arguments are not put forward by women. And then also women judges do not generally get well-paying kinds. So you can club these points. I wanted to give you all the points here so that you have a diverse perspective. Entrenched patriarchy, women have familial responsibility, lack of reservation, lack of gender inclusive policy. Collegium, you can club these 2 points, that there is a bias. Club these 2 points. These 2 points you can club, this one and this one. And now let's look at the desirability. Desirability is again very much desirable. 1, gender diversity in the bench. Number 2, when a lady would see a lady judge, it would also encourage more women to approach courts and report crimes. Number 3, it would bring structural changes in decision making process of the courts. Why? Because it would lead to balanced and empathetic it would lead to balanced and empathetic approach in cases of sexual violence. It would also give a gendered and a diverse perspective in the judgments. We can say that it would lead to a bias-free judiciary. Women have been seen to influence the decision of the entire panel. So if you have more representation, it would also lead to bias-free and practically balanced judgments. And this would also thereby improve public trust. Look at the priority. From very narrow points, I am going to broad points. This is the sense of priority that you should be having. It would improve public trust. This is the most narrow interpretation. Obviously, more women, better diversity, but in the long term, you would see these aspects. You need to develop these ideas follow newspapers, when you read anything, you develop a structure. You need to have a stable thought and then you need to attempt your answers. Merely attempting many questions will not help. First, try to understand, to break up the term which is being demanded in the question, identify the keywords, build sub-themes and connect the sub-themes, conclude your answers. These 2-3 things will help you in scoring well in all the areas in your mains. And suggestions, you should, number 1, there is a vacancy in high courts right now. So these vacancies should be used as an opportunity to improve representation of women. Second, there should be reservations in legal education, especially law schools. And the present CJI has recommended National Judicial Infrastructure Corporation. National Judicial Infrastructure Corporation for inclusive design of court complex. Right, and there should be compulsory courses for gender sensitization in law schools. Now see, you need not get harrowed by the fact that we are exceeding the word limit. Yes, we might be, but if you look at this, I don't think we are. We would limit to be 160, 170 words. If you think we are, then you can skip these 2 points. The last point you can skip. You can write these 3 points, they are more than enough for the discussion in the exam. The next point here is again something very easy. Now we are going to 10 markers. We've addressed the 15 markers well, except that question one that was on India and US, there was not much for us to see there, but now we can simply go ahead. Let's try to examine these points. Simple question: to what extent, in your view, the Parliament is able to ensure accountability of the executive in India? We know that there are several problems in this entire idea of ensuring accountability. You can keep on and on and on, but here it's again a 150 word answer that you need to write. You need to be very careful with your language, with your words. You can just simply introduce quickly in 2-3 lines. Quick intro in 2-3 lines. You can write down: the Parliament holds the executive accountable or answerable through the following tools, like discussions, like questions, like motions, like resolutions, like parliamentary committees, and while discussing the budget. However, connecting link, however, the accountability has got compromised in the following, because of the following reasons. Quick points. Look at the quick points. Compromised role of, you can write down, compromised role of the Parliament as your theme here. Compromised role of this thing, Parliament, in the here. Write down number 1. The government or the executive is formed out of the majority party in the Lok Sabha, and thereby the will of the ruling party prevails. The will of the ruling party prevails. Thereby the will of the ruling party prevails. Number 2, less number of bills referred to the parliamentary committees. Add the stats here. frequent disruptions, thereby the functioning of the parliament gets affected. Decrease in number of sittings, very, very, very important point. Decrease in number of sittings from 1950s to 1960s, where we have 120 sittings in a year. Right now, we just have around, let's say, 70 to 80 sittings in a year. Automatically, the accountability gets questioned. Many bills are passed as money bills, and thereby the powers of Rajya Sabha have got crippled. The regulatory oversight enforced by Rajya Sabha has got affected. Majority of the budget is passed without discussion in the past 15 years. Just to give you an example, in the past 15 years, you'd be surprised to know that 75% of the budget is passed without any discussion. It is guillotined by the speaker on the last day of discussion for demand for grants. You can add these points, don't worry about the word limit. You can easily squeeze in these lines with a precise writing in 150 words. This is not beyond 100 words. Anti-defection law is in dissonance with the freedom of speech and expression and individuality of the MP, as the MPs have to toe the party diktats. The office of profit clause and which offices are exempted, the list of these offices has increased as the Parliament has amended Prevention of Disqualification Act in 1959. The list of offices which exempt you, they have increased, and because of this exemption, the principle of separation of powers is being violated. The MPs cannot hold any such office, any such post again under the government, under the executive. If you keep on increasing the office, then automatically the Parliament's powers are being misused. And then obviously you write down frequent use of ordinances. You'd be again surprised to know the fact here. You have to write these facts to substantiate. These are static, this is current affairs. And you need to write it clearly here that if you look at the number of ordinances, it has increased. For example, if I give you the stat here, in 1950s, we used to have 7.1 ordinances a year. In 1990s, we have 19.6 ordinances a year. And then in 2010, it was again 7.9 a year. And in the last years, we have again seen a spike. For example, in 2019 and 20, we have 15 to 16 ordinances passed per year. I know that you might be wondering how to remember these facts, but it's okay. You can remember the last two. You can remember the last two facts. This you can remember. This is what you can easily remember. There is no harm. 2010, 8 ordinances a year in the decade of 2010s. Now, in 2019-20, the last 2 years, you've had 15, 16 ordinances. We cannot forget that ordinances are extraordinary mechanism to enact laws. They are not in the nature of a parallel source of power. They are not a parallel source of power for the executive. And thereby, suggestions, you should have an annual calendar of sittings. You should have a special session if more than 25% of the MPs demand. Shadow cabinet would lead to efficient functioning and accountability. Shadow cabinet is there in Canada. It is there in US. It is there in UK. These should be followed. Minimum number of sittings. Minimum number of sittings should be there. The National Committee to Review the Constitution has given at least 120 sittings a year. And then finally, you need to have hybrid sittings in the era of pandemic. I need to see this point. A good, interesting, innovative point. Though there is no hard and fast rule how to have the hybrid sittings. I am sure there is no hard and fast rule, but in this case, I can definitely emulate. We need to have a think in the light of the pandemic influenced, compromised role of the parliament in ensuring. Obviously, last year, 2020, the parliament could not function properly. It compromised on the actions of the parliament to question the executive. Why can't we have hybrid sittings? We can have it, there is no problem. You can write consensus needs to be developed on having hybrid sittings which involve virtual and physical sittings in the light of the pandemic enforced compromised role of the parliament. You can write these sentences easily, there is no problem. So again, way forward, I have given, you can, I think you will not be able to write it. If you have words, you can absolutely write a way forward.
Yes, hello students. So I will discuss GS paper 2 governance questions with you today, and in your mains paper this year 2021, around 7 questions were asked from governance, 7 questions. So these are the list of questions that were asked. Question number 5, 6, 7, 8, along with question number 16, 17 and 18. Let us start the discussion by first discussing 10 markers. So question number 5 to question number 8. Questions were very simple, questions were very direct, not an issue at all. You can answer them very easily. So let's start the discussion. Question number 5. The question is, pressure groups play a vital role in influencing public policy making in India. Explain how business associations contribute to public policies. So the question is about pressure groups, and within pressure groups there is a special pressure group. There is one type of pressure group called business association. So the question they are asking is specific to business association, how do they contribute in influencing public policy? So how we can write this answer? First we start with the introduction. Definition of pressure groups. What are pressure groups? It is a group of people organized actively to promote and protect their interest. So one special feature of pressure groups is that they protect their own interest. They don't work for welfare of others, they work for their own welfare. So they lobby with the government in order to secure their own interest. So that is why we have used the word their own interest. Examples of business pressure groups: MSME associations, textile association, FICCI, DICCI. These associations are always in news. Now we will come to the body, how they influence public policy, how business associations influence public policy. So we can write 4-5 points here. They give tax, they demand tax breaks from the government, they highlight issues in the tax structure. For example, the textile association, you might have heard recently, talked about correcting the inverted duty structure with regard to textile industry. Then they promote networking and safeguard mutual interest. They promote networking. So the best example for networking is FICCI and DICCI. FICCI, Federation of Indian Chambers, Commerce and Industries. DICCI is for Dalit Industrial Chambers, Dalit Indian Commerce, Chamber of Commerce and Industries. So they promote networking and safeguard mutual interest. They ensure that public policy becomes inclusive in nature. So while the government formulates public policy, pressure groups ensure that they are inclusive in nature. For example, DICCI as a body protects Dalit interest, and because of DICCI only, the efforts of DICCI only, the government came up with a policy that around a fixed percentage, around 10 to 15% of government goods will be procured from Dalit MSME entrepreneurs. So they ensure that public policy becomes inclusive in nature. Then they also act as grievance redressal body. If the members of the association have any problem, they want any concern with the state, they can get it addressed through these business associations. Then they also lobby for ease of doing business, and they also highlight labor law issues, land acquisition issues. So whatever issues business association face become part of public policy because they come in direct contact with the state. Now, but this is, but we cannot say that they are all good only. There are many problems with pressure groups. Pressure groups only highlight are quite self-oriented in nature. So in conclusion, we can write that pressure groups or interest groups are quite self-oriented and non-inclusive in nature. Non-inclusive means like FICCI does not take care of the interest of Dalit entrepreneurs. So Dalits have to create their own federation. For example, they also do not highlight the labor issues, the labor laws. They want ease of labor laws. They don't want the labor laws to be strict. So, the pressure groups, the main problem with the pressure group is they are quite self-oriented in nature, and that is how you write this answer. So this is intro, body and conclusion, 3 parts we can divide. Very easy answer, very easy question to be answered, direct question. The next question we move is question number 6. Beside being a moral imperative of the welfare state, primary healthcare structure is a necessary precondition for sustainable development. Analyze. So the question is about the primary healthcare structure and its importance in sustainable development. Again, a direct question. So what is, primary healthcare structure? We know that primary healthcare structure, what we can do is we can divide the healthcare structure into 3 parts. I'm just doing this for explanation. This will not be part of the answer. So primary healthcare, secondary healthcare and tertiary healthcare. So the question says how this primary healthcare is important for sustainable development. So primary healthcare center, the structure is like this. At village level, there is ASHA. Group of 5 or 6 village, there are sub-center, there is one sub-center, and group of 30-40 village, there is primary healthcare center. So what is the structure of primary healthcare center? At village level, we have ASHA, group of 5 or 6 village sub-centers, and group of 30-40 villages, we have primary healthcare structure. So this is what this primary healthcare centers, this is what is the structure of primary healthcare. And so first in introduction we explain what is primary healthcare structure. Then the question says, beside being a moral imperative of welfare state. So we also have to introduce the concept of how primary healthcare is important for India being a welfare state. So we can take articles from our DPSPs. So there are 2 articles in our DPSP, Article 47 and Article 42. 47 says raise the nutrition and standard of living and increase public health expenditure, and Article 42 says that the state should provide maternity benefits. Relied is wrong. The state should provide maternity benefits to its citizens, mothers. So this is what Article 47 and 42 says. What are the imperatives of welfare state? Now in the body we will write the link between primary healthcare and sustainable development. What is being asked, we will answer here. So primary healthcare provides equitable access to healthcare. This is the last mile connectivity. So ASHA provides last mile connectivity. She is the first point of contact for any issues related to healthcare. Then it promotes healthy well-being. Access to healthcare opportunities improves your well-being. Better well-being leads to better employment and livelihood opportunities. Then out-of-pocket expenditure reduces. Out-of-pocket expenditure reduces. What is out-of-pocket expenditure? What percentage of my income I am giving towards the healthcare? So if I am spending less on my healthcare, if I stay healthy, or if I am falling ill, the government takes care of the healthcare, then my out of pocket expenditure will reduce. If my out of pocket expenditure will reduce, it will lead to reduction in poverty and increased expenditure on nutrition. All these aspects, nutrition, livelihood, last mile connectivity, are aspects of sustainable development. Then child nutrition also increases, which improves the learning outcome, so have better access to education. Then aspects of maternity care, lower IMR, lower MMR, all these. Then better family planning, sustainable living with better lifestyle. So smaller size of the family will lead to better lifestyles. So, and make the planet more sustainable, putting less pressure on resources. So, all these aspects are aspects of sustainable development and how they are achieved through primary healthcare structure. So, this is the body, and in conclusion you can write, you can talk about National Health Policy 2017, which talks in detail about the preventive aspects of primary healthcare. Now, primary healthcare in India, the problem is it is more of curative healthcare. Curative means once a disease happens, then you are given the cure. It is not preventive in nature. Preventive means you prevent the disease from happening itself. So, you know, the focus is the national health policy says that the primary healthcare should also have preventive aspects, and it should be made more comprehensive in nature, which talks about health for all and health in all. You can also talk about the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which talks about creating health and wellness centers in rural areas to focus on preventive aspects of healthcare. So, since it is a 10 marker and you have to finish the answer within 150 words, I think we have enough material to write. Don't extend too much into writing these answers. So, this much is enough for a 10 marker. Question number 6. Again, a direct question. This question is basically about primary healthcare. Then the next question, we move to the next question now. Question number 7. Earn while you learn scheme needs to be strengthened to make vocational education and skill training meaningful. Comment. So, earn while you learn, you know. So, this scheme, this question is basically about the vocational education. And what way can we write in introduction? Earn while you learn. So, there will be a very simple introduction to this question. Earn while you learn is a form of paid internship to make vocational education more attractive in nature. So, the key word here is to make it more attractive, so that students get attracted towards the vocational education. How to answer? 10 marker. In body we can write how earn while you earn will solve the demand side constraints and how it will solve the supply side constraint. Demand side constraint means how it will cater to the needs of the industries. Supply side constraint means how more students can get enrolled in vocational education. So, how does it cater to demand side constraints? More industrial connect as companies will be willing to pay for providing skill training, will be paying, not willing, will be paying for. So, now what does this point say? Companies are paying for skill training. That means companies will be more serious towards the skill training. Then skill training will be more target oriented. Then maximum output in minimum time can be achieved to reduce expenditure on training. So these points will make, you know, skill training meaningful. That is what is the key word here. Industries can absorb skilled workers post internship. Then supply side constraints, how to attract students, enhance enrollment, people will take it more seriously because they are getting paid for it. Skill training will solve dual purpose, skill development for future employability as well as meeting immediate financial needs of the students. And and it is very attractive option for those students who drop out after school because of poverty. They have good options to engage themselves in vocational education along with earning a substantial portion of money. So, the earn while you learn scheme caters to both demand and supply side constraints. So, you don't have to focus specifically on earn while you learn scheme, which was run by Ministry of Tourism. Not required. The question is very general. How paid internship makes vocational education more attractive in nature? That is what we are trying to say. And in conclusion, we can state that vocational education will become more meaningful once it starts at school level and the wages are given on time. So, ensure timely dispersal of wages. Then there is what is known as industrial connect, and NGOs can also play a very important role in vocational training. So, you can finish off your answer that how vocational training can become more meaningful. This is what the question says. So again, question on vocational education, direct question from your notes. Next. Question number 8. Again 10 marker. Can the vicious cycle of gender inequality, poverty and malnutrition be broken through microfinancing of women SHGs? So in intro, you can talk about what are SHGs. In intro, we can talk about who are SHGs. SHGs क्या है? Is a voluntary association of women pooling their resources. Voluntary association of women pooling their resources in order to start their own micro enterprise. Now, when they are starting their own micro enterprise, they themselves need microfinancing. When they are starting their own micro enterprise, they need loans, external support to make their micro enterprise more financially viable. So you can, in intro, you can talk about SHGs and why do they need microfinancing. Now, SHGs also microfinance small entrepreneurs. SHGs not only need microfinance, but you can write SHGs even themselves microfinance micro entrepreneurs. So they do both these tasks. Then you will write in the body. The question is asking you, can this happen or not? So your answer is yes. SHGs have great potential to break the vicious cycle of poverty, inequality and malnutrition. How? How can SHG lead to poverty reduction, increase in household income, and by creating self-employment opportunities? How do they create self-employment opportunities? By giving loans to micro entrepreneurs. Then how do they create gender equality? Women contributing to household income. So women breaks patriarchal, women breaks household patriarchy. Household patriarchy is broken by women. Then woman learns leadership skills because she is running her own enterprise. And there is capacity building for women. Capacity building for women because woman is learning new skills. What kind of skills she is learning? She is learning accounting skills. Then she is learning, how to run micro enterprise, management skills, and leadership skills. Of course, she is learning that also. So it breaks gender inequality. And how does it address nutrition? Because of increase in household income, there is increased spending on nutrition. Then there is increase in reproductive age. Increase in reproductive age and better savings, because more are the savings in an SHG, the more will be the profit. And improved focus on sanitation, because what has happened is in gender equality, when woman is learning leadership skills, she is emerging as PRI leaders. She participates actively in PRI elections and become leaders. you know that 1/3 reservation in PRI elections are for women. So now she is actively fighting those elections and emerging as leaders. And when she becomes PRI leaders, the first focus of the woman is on sanitation, because sanitation is directly related to nutrition. So you will find that in states like Andhra Pradesh, where SHG movement is very successful, there is a great progress in reducing open defecation in rural areas. So you can write this point also. Then, so we have answered that how SHG breaks this vicious cycle. In conclusion, we can write, but SHGs are not a panacea for all the problems. SHGs also need continuous support from state, from banks, from banks. Banks can provide microfinance, from NBFCs, and even from NGOs. So I have written, sorry, here, NGOs, banks, and state. So they need continuous support in order to continue breaking this vicious cycle. So this was also very easy question directly from the topic of SHG.
Hello students, hello, how are you? My name is Iqbal Singh and I am the International Relations and Political Science faculty in the Vajiram and Ravi Institute. As you all must be aware and you must have already seen the paper, 4 questions this year have been asked from international relations as far as GS paper 2 is concerned. And I'm going to cover all these 4 questions. My objective today is that I'm going to help you understand the requirement of these questions. I'm going to help you understand how you should approach these questions. And I will also discuss the content, that what are the points and what are all those points and what are all those events which we can, and important instances and developments which we can mention in our answers as far as these 4 questions is concerned. Before I start discussing these 4 questions, I would like to have an overview discussion with you with respect to the 4 questions which have been asked. A lot of students, they do have such doubts when it comes to international relations. I do teach GS students also for and help them prepare for IR as far as GS is concerned, and I also teach PSIR optional students and to help them prepare IR for the optional subject. So when I interact with my GS students, one of the most common questions which I do come across is that the GS students, they do get very worried that what are the sources which we must refer to in order to prepare international relations from the perspective of the exam. And I always tell them that the most important resource and the most sufficient resource also, I would say, is a newspaper reading. All international relations questions every year which are asked in the GS paper 2, they are always, all of them are from the newspapers. If you have read the newspaper very well, if you are very diligent and consistent in your newspaper reading, you will be able to attempt all IR questions in the exam without any fuss, without any problem. Even this year, that same trend has been continued. All the 4 questions which have been asked in the examination, they have all these 4 questions have been asked from current developments. Whatever was in the news, the most prominent issues which were being reported in the newspaper in the last 6 months, those questions have been asked in the exam. So therefore, for the future also, those students who have to give the exam next year, for them this is a lesson that newspaper reading is very important, and if you are well versed with your newspaper reading with the current developments, which also includes reading of the editorials, not just not just current affair notes, because if you will read the editorials, then only you will have the comprehensive understanding to understand the requirement of the questions which are asked in the exam. So if you do that, you can attempt all questions without any problem. So having said that, and I hope you've understood what I'm trying to convey, now let us start discussing these 4 questions. So the first question was, and in fact there were 4 questions, and 2 of them were for 10 marks each, in which UPSC had explicitly mentioned that these 2 questions must be attempted in 150 words. And the other 2 are for 15 marks each, where UPSC has explicitly mentioned that you have to attempt these questions in 200 to 250 words. So that is the word limit. So word limit is prescribed in the exam. And also when you go and write your GS paper, the ones who have attempted the exam this year must be already very well aware that you are given an answer script with a given defined space, and you have to write the answer in that given defined space. You will not get any extra sheets, you cannot get any extra papers to write on. So in that given defined space, the space which is given by UPSC is given in a manner that a normal person can only write 250 words, which is prescribed in the question, or 250 words, which is also prescribed in the question. So you have to be very, very particular about this, that you have to address the requirement of the question, and you do not have to exceed the word limit. That is very important, because it is very irritating for the examiner when the instruction has been clearly mentioned that you have to write in these many words, and then when it has been clearly mentioned, if you do not follow that instruction, it can be very irritating for the examiner, and UPSC is very cruel in terms of marking. Marking is very strict. And secondly, if you will exceed your word limit, I'd like to tell you, my dear friends, that you will not be able to attempt all 20 questions, because the exam has been designed very scientifically. If you adhere to the word limit, then only you are able to write all the 20 answers in 3 hours. Otherwise, it is not possible. So our goal always is to complete the paper. Our goal always is to attempt all questions and do justice to all questions. That is how we will be able to score good marks and get selected. Otherwise, if you are not able to complete the paper, then there is no use, then you are out of the competition already. Therefore, adhering to the instructions is very important. Now, I come to the second important detail. Now, if the challenge is to write in the prescribed word limit, then we should also be very particular on writing what has been asked, and not writing and avoid writing such details which have not been asked. Therefore, understanding the requirement of the question, my dear friends, is very, very important. It is very important to understand the requirement of the question. Read the question twice, thrice, very carefully, and try to understand the requirement of the question, what exactly is the requirement, what has been asked, and hit the nail on the head and write what has been asked only, and do not write unnecessary details. This is something which I will help you understand today. Now, how do we understand the requirement of the question? What is the method to understand the requirement of the question? I know this may be a question this may be a doubt which must be bothering you. So first of all, you must identify the keywords in the question. Which is the topic, which is the keyword, which context, in what context the question has been asked. Second is you have to identify the tag words or the directing words, terms in the question. You know, there are always these tag words and directing terms in the question which will help you understand that what approach you have to follow in the question. I'm talking about words like describe, analyze, critically examine, evaluate, explain. Such words, such tag words are used in the question. Whenever a question is framed, such tag words are used. Now these words, they give you a direction that in what approach you have to follow in the question. So always focus on that. Always have focus on that. Don't ignore this. This will help you take the right approach in your answer. So let us, with having said all of this, and I hope now you have understood the gist of what I'm trying to convey. Now let us start discussing the questions one by one. So here, you know, on this digital board, you can see I have basically prepared a rough framework of all the 4 questions. And these rough framework, I will try and skim through the rough framework and describe you how you could have attempted these 4 questions. So let us see what is the first question. First question was on India-Africa relations. The first question says, if the last few decades were of Asia's growth strategy, the next few are expected to be of Africa's. In the light of this statement, examine India's influence in Africa in recent years. So here are 2 things in this particular question. First of all, you have been given a quotation, a statement on India-Africa relations, or as per Africa as a continent, the future of Africa. So a statement has been given on Africa, a quotation has been given on Africa, and then you have been told that in the light of this particular statement, you've been asked that you have to examine India's influence in Africa. So first thing, in the opening statement, the introductory paragraph, when you start writing answer, you have to hit the nail on the head and you have to highlight the context of the question. What is the context? In what context the question has been asked? So the context has been, you will understand the context by reading this quotation, by reading this statement. The context is hidden in this statement. That context must be highlighted first. And then the second part of the answer is what you have been asked further, that examine India's influence in Africa. First, so you have to write about India's influence in Africa. And what is the directing word? What is the tag word? Examine. I have highlighted here for you precisely because of this reason. So examine, this particular term has been, I have highlighted this. So this will help you understand what approach you have to take. This will help you understand what should be the structure of your answer. So when it says examine, what does examine means? What does examine means? It's very simple to understand. For example, you do your answer writing practice and you tell somebody, please examine my answer script. Please examine my answer script. Please evaluate my answer script. So when somebody is checking, somebody is evaluating somebody's answer script or examining somebody's answer script, what is the approach? The approach is we try to see whether the answer has been written in the correct manner or not. What are the fallacies in the answer? Which points have been missed? How this particular answer can be made better? This is what we do when we evaluate and examine an answer. Similarly, examine here means you have to talk about India's policy on Africa, India's policy, the Indian initiatives in Africa. Definitely we will describe that. But at the same time, we also have to look into the loopholes. We also have to look into the weaknesses. Where are we lagging behind? Because we have to examine it. So we also have to point out in our answer, what are the challenges? What are the challenges when it comes to India's Africa policy? Where are we lagging behind? How can we make it better? What should be our future approach? So if we do all of this, then we can say that yes, we have examined this issue. So therefore, if you only describe India-Africa policy and you don't write anything else, your answer is incomplete. You haven't followed the instruction in the question. The instruction in the question is examine. So you have to take into consideration this particular directing word, and on the basis of that, you have to make your structure. And exactly that is what we are going to discuss now. So first you have to highlight the context. Now what is the context? The statement says Africa is, the continent of the future. Africa, the growth prospect in Africa in the future is very high. Whereas Asia's relevance is decreasing. Asia's, in the last few decades, if the last 2 decades were of Asia's growth story, the last few decades, Asia was being looked at as the continent of growth and as the continent of the future. But now Africa is emerging. In the next few decades are expected to be of Africa's. So here basically you have to highlight the context. And what is the context? And in the context itself, if you can also include India's concern, how is it related to India? That would be brilliant. That would be brilliant if you can do that. So in the opening statement, you have to hit the nail on the head that Africa is a continent of the future and India's long-term prospects are closely tied to the success of its Africa strategy. That it is the continent of the future and India's long-term prospects are also attached to the success of its Africa strategy. How we perform in Africa in the coming decades, that is basically going to define our future role in world politics. So this you have highlighted the context. You can further elaborate that last few decades, we have seen exponential rise of Asian economies, robust Asian economies like China, like India, like Southeast Asian economies. We have seen a robust increase, exponential economic growth in these economies we've seen. So therefore, the world was fascinated with growth of Asia. Even during the economic recession we've seen, and all this you do not have to write what I'm saying, but I'm trying to explain it to you also. You can only, mention the key point here which I am discussing. So basically, you also have to, you have to highlight how Asia earlier was the growth prospect was so bright, and now Africa is the future. So in the last few decades, we have seen that Asian economies have grown and grown tremendously, even when the world was suffering from the global economic recession in 2008. At that time also, Asian economies were growing at a moderate rate of growth. So that was seen as Asia. This was, in fact, 21st century was being looked at as an Asian century. But now we have seen that growth of Asian economies have plateaued. It have plateaued, especially China. It had plateaued. We also call it China's new normal. This is the context of the question. That is why they have asked this. That is why this statement has been mentioned in the question. So growth has plateaued, and now new growth prospects are being seen in the continent of Africa. Africa is emerging fast. Today, the rate of returns with respect to the investments which are being made are much higher in Africa as compared to Asia. And Africa has its own significance also because of multiple reasons, which also you can highlight in the opening paragraph itself, because of which Africa is being seen as the future. Which are these reasons for which Africa is significant? You look at the growth prospects in Africa, the significance of Africa. It is full of natural resources. It has a long-term, therefore it has a long-term economic potential. They also have a youthful demography. The young population in Africa is much more than the dependent population. Also, it is a block of 54 countries, African countries. There's an organization called African Union, which has 54 members. So if you have influence in Africa, if you have good relations with the continent of Africa, these 54 countries together, they act as a bloc. And they're members of international organizations like UN. And if you get their support in these international organizations, your influence in the world increases. That also is an advantage. So therefore, more and more countries today, more and more prominent economies today are interested in the rising economic opportunities in Africa, are interested in the sector of energy, mining, and infrastructure and connectivity development in Africa. So that is why the Africa is being seen as the continent of the future. So this in opening paragraph, what have we done? We have highlighted the context, and we have conveyed the message to the examiner that we understand the context of the question, and the examiner also gets to know that the student knows in what context the question has been asked. And then we start directly addressing what has been asked. India's Africa vision and influence. It has been asked that examine India's influence in Africa. So if you have to examine it, first we have to describe it. So if you want to describe India's influence in Africa, first thing which you must also highlight in your answer is, you must know what is India's Africa policy. You must know what is India's Africa policy. If you do not know what is India's Africa policy, then what analysis you can do? So you, in very brief, you obviously, in this particular rough framework, in fact it is more elaborated more, but it is only for your convenience so that you can understand. For those students who want to understand in an elaborate manner, it is much more elaborated here. But in the answer, very briefly, just in one paragraph, you have to highlight India's Africa policy. What is India's Africa policy? So when we look at India's Africa policy, first of all, India's Africa vision, so we must talk about the vision of Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi, since he has come to power in the year 2014, he has explicitly highlighted what is his vision for Africa. In fact, he has given 10 guiding principles of India's Africa policy. He delivered a speech in the Parliament of Uganda, where he had highlighted 10 guiding principles. He had highlighted he had given India's vision statement for Africa, where he had highlighted 10 guiding principles, that these are the 10 guiding principles which is going to guide India's role in Africa in times to come. So if you have to talk about India's Africa policy, we have to mention these. We have to, at least a cursory mention is required. So what is this? What I am talking about? First of all, you can quote a statement by Prime Minister Modi where he had described India's relations with Africa as a strong emotional link, which is defined by our shared history for struggle against colonialism and our aspiration to bring prosperity to our people. So our relation, he says, that India and Africa has a strong emotional link because we have common past, common struggles we have fought. You must not forget Mahatma Gandhi's role in South Africa during in his struggle against racial discrimination there. And India has always in the past had always supported decolonization in Africa, movement against apartheid. India was a major part of that. That is why this statement is so relevant. So you can start with this statement and then you can start talking about the 10 guiding principles, vision document for India-Africa partnership. Now these are the keywords which I've highlighted here in bold letters. You must talk about the vision document. If you write that keyword and underline it, the examiner gets to know that you know the India's Africa policy. Now in this vision document, there are 10 guiding principles. Now I have again highlighted in bold letters which you can mention, the keywords which you can use there. So in this speech which Prime Minister Modi had delivered, where he had given these 10 guiding principles, he had talked about that Africa is our top priority. He had mentioned that we are going to develop we are going to help Africa in its development, and this Indian initiatives where we are going to help Africa in its development, will make investments for the development of Africa. We will be guided by Africa's priorities. What are the needs of the people of Africa? Bottoms up approach. We are not going to impose our investments on poor African countries. We are going to look at what are the needs of the people of Africa, what are their priorities, and on the basis of that we are going to have our on the basis of that we are going to make our investments, and also therefore develop a partnership with Africa for their development and progress. That also is one of our guiding principles. And then further, in the 10 guiding principles, it has also been highlighted that India will make it easier for Africa to trade with India. India will open up its markets for trade with Africa and encourage Indian investors to invest in Africa. Then further, Prime Minister Modi also highlighted that India will use its experience as far as its digital revolution is concerned to support Africa's development, also use growing technologies to support Africa. Also, India will help improve Africa's agriculture. India will collaborate with Africa to fight against climate change. India will also would want to cooperate with Africa to combat problems like extremism and terrorism. And also, India would want to cooperate with Africa to ensure open and free, to ensure open and free oceans, freedom of navigation in the sea, which would benefit both India and Africa. That has been India's well-declared policy. And then also, the 10 guiding principles says that we should make sure that Africa should not again become a theater of rival ambitions. In the past, colonial powers and later on major powers, they've always tried to plunder Africa's wealth. They've always tried to extract resources and exploit Africa. India's vision document says that we should not do this. In fact, we should work along with Africa in order to fulfill aspirations of Africa's youth. And the last guiding principle is that India and Africa, which in the past fought colonialism together, fought racial discrimination together, now should work together to create a just, representative and a democratic global order. So all these words which are highlighted here, these are the key words which you can mention in your answer. Then also, India and Africa India has been hosting India-Africa Forum Summits. This can be mentioned in your answer, where we have invited, in the last Forum Summit happened in 2015, where we had invited all 54 African nations to come to India, have negotiations with India, so that we can cooperate in the future, we can strengthen our relationship in the future. Also, trade ties, trade numbers we should highlight. India's trade with Africa, the latest numbers, 2020-21 data which we have, is the latest numbers is $55.9 billion US. And India also is the 5th largest investor in Africa. Africa also is the 2nd largest recipient of India's assistance line of credits which India has been giving to other countries for their development. Africa is the 2nd largest recipient. The largest is our immediate neighborhood. We have announced $10 billion as line of credits for various African countries, which is 42% of the total LOCs of India. And also, India is pursuing 189 projects in 41 different countries of Africa. Such data points can be highlighted in the answer. Also in the year 2020, India organized this conclave called India-Africa Defense Ministers Conclave, which will strengthen India-Africa defense partnership in the future as well. During COVID also, India helped Africa. Under our Vaccine Maitri policy, we provided free vaccines to 40 African nations. Also did provide them with equipment which will help them fight against COVID, strengthen their fight against COVID, and India acted as a reliable partner of Africa in helping Africa in these times of need, especially during the pandemic. We've also been trying to collaborate with countries like South Africa on the issue of accessibility and affordability of vaccines. In this particular context, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, the foreign minister of the country, had also made a statement that the entire world should stand by Africa in the time of this crisis, because Africa is vulnerable, because they do not have the adequate capabilities to deal with this particular pandemic. Such things can be highlighted. Then, we must also talk about Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. It's a joint infrastructure development project which has been initiated by India and Japan. India and Japan, it's a joint initiative of India and Japan to develop infrastructure in Africa and develop connectivity with Africa. This was launched in the year 2016. And the entire project is based on the theme of people-centric sustainable growth strategy. That means that whatever investments India and Japan are going to make in Africa, they are going to be people-centric. We are going to look at the priorities of the people of Africa, which again is one of the guiding principles of India also. And this Asia-Africa growth corridor is based on these four pillars. First is development and cooperation of projects. Then quality infrastructure and institutional connectivity. This is what we endeavor to do under this project. Enhancing capacities and skills of the people of Africa. This Asia-Africa growth corridor, the approach again is bottoms-up approach. While developing infrastructure in Africa, the intention is that we should also skill the people of Africa, develop capacities of the people of Africa, so that they should have a sustainable future, prosperity for a long term. And this will also encourage people-to-people partnership. So this Asia-Africa growth corridor is basically a consultative initiative where there are three equal partners: India, Japan, and Africa. Africa is an equal partner. It's not that it is not India and Japan imposing their investments on Africa, which has been done by countries like China. China's Belt and Road Initiative has been following a top-down approach, a unilateral approach, where unsustainable, unviable projects are being constructed by China in Africa. And there are multiple examples where African countries have got into the debt trap of China, the debt trap diplomacy of China, and this China has started exploiting African countries because of that, which is an example of a neo-colonialism, rising neo-colonialism of China in Africa. They have started acquiring important infrastructure development projects which have defaulted on loan payments. So there is a difference in the approach here. We can also highlight that India's Africa policy is in line with Agenda 2063. Now this is a key word, Agenda 2063. If you mention Agenda 2063, again it highlights their knowledge about Africa. Agenda 2063 is a vision document of the African Union. African Union has developed this blueprint, this master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future. To develop Africa into a global powerhouse of the future, the imperatives are inclusive and sustainable development in Africa, unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity of Africa. These are the goals of Agenda 2063. And India-Africa policy is in line with that. India's vision for Africa will help African Union develop agenda, fulfill the objectives of Agenda 2063. So this can be highlighted further in the answer. Then the challenge also we must mention. We have described the policy. Now challenge, what is the challenge? Biggest challenge is the Chinese challenge. China's aggressive investments in Africa. Countries like India and Japan will have to cooperate very intensely with each other in order to counterbalance China's growing role in Africa. When you look at the numbers, China is, China's trade with Africa, annual trade, the latest numbers before the pandemic which we have, was $208 billion. Chinese investments and loans in Africa is $200 billion. Immense. China is the largest trading partner of Africa. And China's engagement in Africa is predatory and exploitative because of its debt trap diplomacy. That also must be highlighted in the answer. So this Chinese challenge, how to counterbalance rising influence of China, is the biggest challenge. Then also in the concluding remarks, we must highlight the difference in the approach. India approach, China approach, what is the difference? Because we have to examine the influence. So let us highlight the difference. The difference here is that India cannot be clubbed in the same category of China. Why? Because China's policies of plundering Africa's resources, exploiting its vast natural wealth. China is a mineral grabber country. They are following an approach of resource extraction, exploiting mineral and energy resources of Africa. And through its debt trap diplomacy, they are exploiting poor African nations also. Whereas India's approach is different. Prime Minister Modi has commented that we are not here to exploit, we want to be partners in development of Africa. This is the difference of the approach. India is trying to develop productive capacities and India is trying to develop skills and knowledge among the African people. We are investing in small and medium scale industries in Africa which will help the local people. Whereas China's approach is more traditional, which is resource extraction approach of infrastructure development, where they are developing such infrastructure which is not viable, which is not sustainable, which is leading these countries into debt trap, and they're trying to extract resources, exploit mineral resources also there. So China is only focusing on elite level wealth creation in Africa, whereas India is trying to develop capacities of the people of Africa by helping them, by providing them skills, by looking at their priorities before making investments. So the difference of approach is China's approach is top-down approach, imposing investments from the top without taking into consideration the local needs. Whereas India's approach is bottoms-up approach, which is reflected in the Asia-Africa growth corridor. This should be highlighted. Then the way forward. Way forward can be highlighted, that what is the way forward? In the concluding statement, what should we do in the future? Yes, the Chinese challenge is there, but imitating China in Africa should not be the approach. That we should also become equally predatory and equally exploitative as China is in terms of our relationship with Africa. That should not be the approach. We should not play the catch-up game with China. Instead of that, we should have faith in, and we should use our own unique strengths. Our unique strengths is that we are contributing to the capacity building of people of Africa. We should promote entrepreneurship, local entrepreneurship. We should focus on the small and medium scale industry, which we are doing, and that is where the connect with the people is developed in small and medium scale industry, and also develop digital connectivity. They are using our experience with the digital revolution. So this should be our approach. India has a very high reputation in Africa, whereas China is being increasingly seen as a selfish and an extractive power. So there is no need to follow the same Chinese path in Africa. We should in fact depend on our own unique strength when it comes to India's approach on Africa. So that should be our way forward. That is how we can have a sustainable and friendly relationship with Africa, which will be based and rooted in mutual trust and mutual benefit. And this will help India emerge as a credible global power also in the future. So this is what is the way forward, which is recommended by a lot of experts and is usually there in the newspapers. So this is how we should attempt this particular question. This should be the rough framework. And I'm so happy to tell all of you that I'm so glad that such beautiful questions are asked, because all this rough framework which I'm discussing with you, this is all what I do with my students in the institute. We had elaborate discussions on all of this in my students, with my GS students, with my optional students, and exactly those questions have been asked in the exam. So for our students, it would have been a cakewalk to attempt such questions. So the next question, now moving on to the next question. Next question was on US-China rivalry, because this is one of the hottest topic in international politics today, US-China rivalry, and exactly that particular question was asked. Again, the same method we will follow. Understand the context, identify the keyword, look at the tag word, and on the basis of that structure, make structure of your question. So what is the context first? The question is, US is facing an existential threat in the form of China that is much more challenging than the erstwhile Soviet Union. Explain. That is all. You've been given a statement, a quotation, and then you've been told to explain the statement. That is all. So you have to understand, first of all, understand the context. What is the context of the statement? The context of the statement is New Cold War. Because you, in the statement, you can read US, you can see China, you can see Soviet Union. So during the Cold War, there was a rivalry between USA and Soviet Union. That rivalry is not there anymore. Soviet Union has disintegrated in 1991. The new rivalry which we see in world politics today is the US-China rivalry. And that is being increasingly described as a new Cold War. And we see a lot of editorials on all of this in the newspapers. So that is the context of the question. The context, hit the nail on the head. First paragraph, the context of the question. That the question has been asked in the context of New Cold War. You must write a paragraph on New Cold War. What is New Cold War? Your the introductory paragraph should be all about describing the New Cold War. That is what they have told you to do. They have told you to explain. What is explain? When you get this tag word called explain. Explanation means detailed description of the development which have been asked. Detailed description of the development which have been asked in the question. Detailed description of the issue which have been asked in the question. That is what you have to do. We do not have to here examine and evaluate. We do not have to give our own judgments and judge whether the policy is right or wrong, what are the challenges or what is not. We just have to describe the statement. We have to do a detailed description of the issue which has been asked. So the context is New Cold War. So we'll start with New Cold War, and in the statement itself, it is hidden in the statement that China is a much more challenging enemy for USA as compared to previous Soviet Union. So that also has to be highlighted. So basically the structure of the question should be, first of all, we start with New Cold War. What is New Cold War? What is the US-China rivalry? And then we should address the requirement of the question, explaining how China is a much more serious adversary, much more difficult adversary to tackle for US as compared to erstwhile Soviet Union. What is the difference between US-China rivalry today and the US-Soviet Union rivalry during the Cold War? How is China much more capable of causing more trouble for USA as compared to erstwhile Soviet Union? So that is what we have to highlight in this particular answer. So exactly that we will do. Context of the New Cold War, first of all, we have to write down what is this New Cold War. A lot of experts today have started debating that the relationship between US-Russia is deteriorating, China-US is deteriorating, and they have started describing this as a New Cold War, that New Cold War is approaching. How is this happening in context of China? We must write, you can use these keywords, rise of Chinese dragon. China is, these are in your newspapers, in your editorial readings, you must have read about this, that there are certain catchwords which are used to describe these countries. For example, America is also written as American eagle. When we talk about China, we talk about the dragon. When we talk about India, at times the elephant is used as a term to describe India in the newspaper editorials. So these catchy words can be used in your answers. Rise of Chinese dragon, emergence of a strong and more assertive China, which has caused the New Cold War. And that is what we have to describe. We have to describe how US-China relationship has moved from cooperation to competition. Earlier, in the 90s, they had started, if you go back to 80s and 90s, US and China were strong economic partners. China had done economic reforms. They had become an export-oriented economy, and they were strong economic partners. So it started with cooperation. Then they became competitors. And today, because of the trade and technology wars which are going on between US and China, the relationship is steadily moving towards a confrontation. From cooperation to competition to confrontation. This is the evolution. This is what has happened in the last 3 decades. And you must mention that. And also during the pandemic, the rhetoric has increased further. China and USA has been threatening each other, has developed a confrontationist attitude during the pandemic also. Pandemic has brought economic problems. Pandemic has brought health problems. Pandemic has caused security problems for these countries. And when Donald Trump was the president, he was severely critical of China. He used to call the coronavirus as the Chinese virus. He blamed China for the spread of the virus and for the pandemic. So the rhetoric and the rivalry has intensified further during the pandemic. America has started describing China as a revisionist state. Again, a catchword, keyword, revisionist state. What is a revisionist state? Revisionist state is a rising power which is trying to challenge the well-established power in the world. So right now, the well-established power is US. US is a hegemonic power. The world lives under US hegemony. After the end of the Cold War, we entered the unipolar phase in the 90s. US has been the hegemonic power since then. So this hegemonic status of US is being challenged by rising China. China has the aspiration of revising the world order. We have a US-dominated world order. US is the hegemonic power. China wants to revise this. China wants to change this. China has become the biggest challenger to US hegemony, to US dominance. Therefore, China is being described as a revisionist state. If you look at China's strategies, if you look at Chinese initiatives, they are challenging the American initiatives. They are challenging American established world order. For example, China is part of this group called BRICS. China has been part of a bank which have been formed by BRICS called NDB, New Development Bank. China has created this bank, Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. China's initiative of BRI. All these Chinese initiatives are being seen as alternatives to American initiatives, are being seen as alternatives to the global order, which is being controlled by America-dominated organizations. All this is being seen as an alternative to G7, to the Washington concept of Washington consensus, which had emerged in the 70s and 80s, Bretton Woods institutions, which are IMF and World Bank, which are dominated by USA. So this China is on the ground concretely. They have started doing these initiatives, which are being seen as as an alternative to American initiatives, and therefore they are trying to challenge the world order. That is why it is known as the revisionist state. In fact, the group BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, emerging economies of the world, it is being described as decline of the West and the rise of the rest. So this you should highlight. There are many more points which you can mention here. How America is also following a containment strategy, which in the next paragraph we can mention that that America here now, once we have introduced the topic of new Cold War, how China is challenging American world order, then we should address the second requirement of the question, which is how is this new Cold War, how China is going to be a much more severe challenge for USA as compared to Soviet Union. So that should be the next part of your answer, that this new Cold War is going to be much more balanced than the previous Cold War. In the previous Cold War, USA economically, technologically was much more powerful than Soviet Union. USA was much more integrated in the global economy as compared to Soviet Union. Therefore, it was easier for USA to deal with Soviet Union, but that is not going to be the case this time. This is exactly what has been asked in the question, and this should be highlighted. Why? Because China is not Soviet Union. China is the economical and technological powerhouse of the world. China is the second largest economy of the world right now. Very soon it is going to overtake USA and become the largest economy of the world. So it is not Soviet, it's not economically weak. It has embraced capitalism and neoliberal economic policies. Soviet Union suffered because of its communist ideology and did disintegrate under its own weight. But in case of China, the approach is different. It is the new economic powerhouse of the world. It is a new technological powerhouse of the world. It has integrated itself into the global economy. Wherever you go in the world, you would see China is the largest trading partner with all regions of the world. So that makes China a much more robust challenge, a much more severe challenge, a stronger challenge for USA as compared to Soviet Union. Also, China has a much more productive economy than the Soviet Union, which I have already explained to you. So because of these reasons, China is not Soviet Union, and China has greater advantage as compared to Soviet Union in the past. Therefore, this time, it's going to be difficult for USA to deal with China. And that is why, and USA is also panicking. They also realize this. Therefore, America has already initiated a containment strategy. America has started following a containment strategy, same containment strategy which was followed during Cold War. At that time also, they had followed a containment strategy with respect to Soviet Union. That similar containment strategy now has been launched by America with respect to China also. Donald Trump had done this in order to check China's rise, to preserve US hegemony. Again, these are keywords which are highlighted here in the framework. Donald Trump had initiated the containment strategy against China, which is further being developed by Joe Biden. Joe Biden is launching initiatives like Build Back Better World, which is going to counterbalance Chinese developmental initiatives in the world. So USA is part of the Blue Dot network. All this must be mentioned in your answer, which is also being seen as an alternative to Belt and Road Initiative of China. And security-wise, USA and even Joe Biden, Donald Trump in the past and Joe Biden right now, the new president of USA, they are following such strategies to counterbalance China in the Indo-Pacific region. They are part of Quad. They have made this group called Quad. They recently signed a military alliance agreement called AUKUS in order to counterbalance China in the Indo-Pacific region. In fact, Indo-Pacific has become the new theater of tussle. In this new Cold War, Indo-Pacific region has emerged as the region of geopolitical tussle between US and China. This also should be explained, There's a tussle in the South China Sea, Chinese claims in South China Sea, which America is countering. Also, trade war started, America imposing duties on Chinese products and retaliatory sanctions by China, also retaliatory duties by China as well. Trade war triggered during Trump era is being continued till date. There is an ideological clash also. Ideological clash we do see here, not in terms of economic policies, but in terms of the security and the geopolitical orientation of both these countries. USA is being seen as more and more as a guarantor of democracy, peace in the world, whereas as a defender of democracy in the world, whereas China is being seen as an aggressive, assertive power which is trying to grab territory in its neighborhood, violating international norms and laws like UNCLOS. Also, Chinese investments are aggressive investments leading to debt trap and exploitation of the developing countries of the world, so that America criticizes all this. So there is an ideological clash also with respect to that. Then role of technology and cyber warfare is again an example of tussle between US and China. And then there's a fear of nuclear weapons. Of course, both are nuclear weapon countries. So military confrontation, economic confrontation, also the ideological confrontation is visible already. So in nutshell, and then you can conclude, that it is precisely the fusion of military, trade, economic and ideological tensions, combined with the destabilization wrought by the digital age, cyber warfare, which has created a confrontationist cycle for relations between US and China. So this is how you can conclude the answer. Because these are the points of disagreement and points of tension between US and China right now. Ideological tensions, economic tensions, trade tensions, military tensions, also digital age. There are reports that China has been hacking into government softwares and government websites of USA. Cyber warfare is a new reality in world politics today. That is also affecting US-China relations. So this is how we can describe the confrontationist attitude of US and China towards each other. So this is how you can attempt this particular question. Understanding the context, first hitting the nail on the head, describing the context of New Cold War in your introductory paragraph, then talking about how China is a much more severe challenge as compared to Soviet Union. Then also, what is America's containment strategy and what are points of tension, and then the conclusion. So this is how you address all the requirements of the question. So that is how you can do this. I can go through this again for you, just for your clarity. First, context of the New Cold War, then rising Chinese dragon, rise of China, which is being described as a revisionist state by USA. It is trying to revise the world order, challenging American hegemony. Then talking about Chinese initiatives, which are being seen as alternatives to American initiatives in the world. Then how is China more stronger as compared to the previous Soviet Union? So therefore, America is going to have trouble dealing with it. America's containment strategy, the points of tension between these two countries, and the conclusion. That is how you can attempt this. So we understand the requirement of the question, and then we structure our answer on the basis of that. So the question was about the New Cold War, US-China rivalry, and how is China a stronger threat here. So, and the tag word was explain. So we did a detailed description of the issue which has been asked in the question. That is exactly what we have to do in the remaining two questions also.
Now this is the next question. CBI's withdrawal of consent. Tricky question, because let me just read the question first. The jurisdiction of CBI regarding lodging an FIR and conducting probe within a particular state is being questioned by various states. This is a question between CBI and states. I need to insert keywords like cooperative federalism. Without this keyword, I will not be able to score that extra point. Without even knowing, I know that my mind has struck me that you need to write it clearly. However, the power of states to withhold consent, keyword, withhold consent, is not absolute. Explain. So this portion was attemptable, easy. Till here it is very easy. Very easy. I know that it's an easy question. But now it says explain with special reference to the federal character of India. Now, explain with reference to federal character of India. Please pay attention, because what I want you to know is it is not, no, first is what it is not asking you. It is not asking you straight away the issues that affect the CBI. No. It is not asking you the federal features of the Indian Constitution. No. What it is asking you, that CBI versus the state tussle, which all of us know is happening, especially in the context of West Bengal being the recent state along with Maharashtra, to withdraw consent, we need to highlight that what exactly is the federal character with respect to policing. You need to explain me what is the federal character in policing. The question nowhere is trying to know from you what is the federal character of the Constitution of India or it's a union constitution. Absolutely no. I have to limit my demand to CBI versus states, and in this case I need to tell you about how, with terms of policing, with respect to various clauses in the law and the Constitution reflects that federal spirit in the aspects of policing. Because what is CBI? CBI is the premier investigative agency. Investigates economic offences, investigates special offences, investigates the corruption acts, investigates any such act which has been told by it to investigate by the High Court, or if the state government requests so. This is what we know about CBI, right? So this is what is policing federal character. This dimension is very important. Explain. This is what has made the question tough for you. Explain with special reference to the federal character of India. Now let me just tell you how to address this. Seems to be a confusing question to me, but you need not worry. Introduce the question. I would like to discuss the federal character. It's been struck into half. We'll write about federal character in policing or investigation. Then we'll write about withdrawal of consent, and then we'll write down CBI's role, and we'll write down the way forward. This is again a simple point to write down. The keywords here. You will not give me the entire history of CBI. You just need to simply tell me that CBI is the premier investigative agency which was formed under an executive resolution. I would like to see this term. Unless you don't tell me it is not a statutory body, you will lose those marks. You need to tell me executive resolution, premier investigative agency, and it derives its powers from DSPE Act 1946. You know, you've told me about CBI, that is over. But also you need to link it with the withdrawal of consent. You would like to inform me, change the para and write down that, however, CBI has its jurisdiction only in UTs and in Delhi for investigation. To investigate an offence in state, to investigate an offence in a state, it needs the consent of the states. That is all. You've introduced the question very well. That is all. It clearly tells me that you know about CBI, you know that why the consent. You've straight away hit at the need of the question. Now we can go ahead. If you introduce the question well, we go ahead. Now you write down, before you go ahead, you write down, give a statement that there is federal character being represented if one considers the functions of policing and investigation. There is, I again repeat, there is federal character getting represented if one looks at the policing and policing and investigative functions, where as per the 7th schedule, police and public order, they lie in the state list, and thereby it is the responsibility of a state to investigate any crime within its boundary. And section 6 of the DSP also ensures federal character. It is not only the 7th schedule, it is the law itself under which the CBI is getting the powers. Even the law, that is section 6 of the DSP, ensures federal character, as without the consent of the state, the CBI cannot investigate a matter within a state. So you've said that no, you cannot go any further here. Limit yourself. You need to be very watchful with your words. You've just told the examiner, because what the question says, examine with special reference to federal character. The special reference has been made by you. Now we go ahead and we see that this point. Recently, many states have withdrawn the consent to CBI, and now you write down withdrawal of consent. This is the sub-theme that you need to know. Second sub-theme. First is federal character. Second is withdrawal of consent. You need to show these themes in your answer. You will not get marks. Whatever I'm saying in sub-theme, 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 highlight with an organic linkage between the sub-themes. Underline it and tell the examiner that this is what you write. Now withdrawal of consent, write down the state government's, why withdrawal is very important. You need to be very watchful with your words here. Why withdrawal? Now obviously you will not write like this. It is only for the discussion of the class. You will write down that the states have recently withdrawn consent as the CBI has been blamed to be used by the center for political vendetta in the states ruled by the opposition. This keyword is very important. Political vendetta. Political vendetta. And then you write down, however, the power of the states to withdraw the consent is not absolute. This statement has come from the deposition that was made by the central government to the Calcutta High Court with respect to the post-poll violence in the state of West Bengal after elections, straight away taken from there, where the central government had said that it is not absolute. Why it is not absolute? Now you write down. Number one, it does not affect pending investigations as per the Supreme Court judgment, Qazi Lendoob Dorji versus CBI. If you can remember the case, I would say very good. I would want you to remember this case. Qazi Lendoob Dorji versus CBI 1994. In case if the cases are registered in a different state, and to investigate that case, the CBI needs to reach to the state where the consent has been withdrawn. In that case, you can inquire that offence. If the CBI registers an FIR in Delhi regarding any case, if it needs to West Bengal, the West Bengal state government has to cooperate. There is no way out. And third is, in case if the High Court orders that any particular matter in a state needs to be investigated by CBI, in that situation the CBI can investigate. And the last is, it can probe, it can investigate any matter with respect to a parliamentary law. If under any law's violation the CBI has to investigate a matter in a state where the consent has been withdrawn, the CBI can absolutely go ahead and investigate that offence. And with this, now this next jump is important. How will you go to this next theme? I had said that the question is not about CBI's issues. No, this is what I said, but you need to write something about CBI. The major body's role is getting affected. Thereby, you need to write down after this. Write down this withdrawal of consent. This withdrawal of consent has brought CBI's role in question. This is the connecting dot. Again, I repeat, this withdrawal of consent has brought the CBI's role in question. And then you write down CBI's role. First, it is the premier investigative body where people still have faith and trust, as it is much more skilled as compared to the investigation by the state machinery. The people of the state, they demand that the case be investigated by CBI. That is the reputation of CBI, number one. And second, this is a very interesting point. You need to write this because you need to justify that how CBI's consent being withdrawn, it affects the working of CBI. We cannot go ahead without writing that India has commitments against UNCSE. What is UNCSE? The UNCSE is the UN Convention against Corruption. And this is a body of which India is a signatory. This UN Convention against Corruption wants that the government which has signed that convention needs to have a mechanism at all levels to investigate corruption charges. And in the pursuance of the signature that we have done on this convention, CBI's role is even important. Because CBI is the body that investigates all the anti-corruption crimes. But it has often been called as a caged parrot, as the Supreme Court in 2013 had called the CBI to be a caged parrot. Why? Because it is non-independent with respect to anti-corruption matters. It reports to CVC, Chief Vigilance Commission, and with respect to other offences apart from corruption, it reports to the Department of Personnel and Training. It is a body under DOPT. It is not an independent body. It reports to the government. And second is, that is why the states are calling that the body is being used for political vendetta. And then you also write down it's a non-statutory body. The premier investigative body does not have a law to back up its powers. And that is why in this case you need a way forward. Now this is again, I have inserted this term. Without this term you cannot go ahead. I would like to see if you've mentioned this term cooperative federalism. If you have not mentioned, then you cannot go ahead. You cannot go ahead without mentioning the term cooperative federalism. Let me tell you very clearly. I would like to see this term. How this is the art of answer writing. Because a good student would actually write these points, should write these points. For example, the way forward, you need to have reforms in CBI. The Estimates Committee of the Parliament, another parliamentary committee, says that CBI should be given a statutory status. It should have legal powers. Legal powers means powers under the law to investigate cases that relate with interstate ramifications. And then there should be a separate budgetary allocation. CBI director should be given the powers of the secretary. This slide has got slightly cut off. You write down that CBI director should be given the powers of the secretary and it shall directly report to the Prime Minister. These aspects will definitely ensure that the spirit of cooperative federalism is followed and the states and the center jointly address the matters of investigation which have got significantly complex in the recent times. The art of investigation is complex. There are new challenges and the center and the states, they need to react to the new challenges. Unless they react to the new changes together in the spirit of the cooperative federalism, the nation would suffer. That is why you need to clearly give me in your answers that, cooperative federalism, you need to clearly tell me that cooperative federalism cooperative federalism should be, you need to write, in the spirit of the cooperative federalism, the reforms in CBI need to be undertaken. In CBI need to be undertaken, and the center has to take the states in confidence. The center has to take the states in confidence, to ensure that the complex challenges in investigation of law and order and crimes generally can be addressed by the government. See, public order is under the state list, but center and states, they both need to go hand in glove to investigate the charges. So this was the keyword here. It would have again given you some extra marks. Let's look at the question again. So you have incorporated the federal character here. You introduced the CBI. You have given the federal character. First, sub-theme and body. Second is withdrawal of consent. Third is CBI's role. And now if you don't give me a connecting link here between the two, you need to give me a connecting link. You need to create this answer on your own. You need to give a connecting link between the first sub-theme and the second sub-theme. These connecting links are very important. This is again a question that came up. Again, the same strategy. I think by now you must have actually understood how to read the questions. Again, that same point that I had said. Again, the same point which I had said. Let's again go back to the point which I had said, that you would need to do this, basically the same point that we said. Yeah, the same point. We are again, I'm doing the same thing, underlining the keywords, structure, body, conclusion, and way forward. Way forward, I'm not writing if the question is not a 15 marker, the same point that I discussed. Now, I would again go back to my test discussion. Now again, though the human rights commissions have contributed immensely to the protection of human rights in India, they have failed to assert themselves against the mighty and the powerful. Analyze their structural and practical limitations, suggest remedial measures. Now basically the question is about human rights. We know that in 2019, there was a very important amendment that made changes to the composition of the NHRC, which had 3 important amendments. Now this question does not really involve those amendments. It basically says that, let's underline the keywords again, though the human rights commissions have contributed immensely to the protection of human rights, yet they have failed to assert themselves. Matlab, they have done something good, they have done something bad, and I need to thereby, because they could not perform as per their expectations, now I need to definitely analyze. Now see, this is a keyword, very, very important. I need to underline with a different point, structural and practical measures. Obviously, I need to give remedial measures. This is what the question wants from me. So basically, if I look at these questions, if I look at the aspect, now Human Rights Commission, I would need to introduce it by just telling the law, whether it's a statutory body or it's a constitutional body or it's an executive body, what kind of body it is, and what were the basic principles behind the body. It has contributed immensely to protection of human rights. Obviously, I need to give examples. How do I say it is immense contribution? Without giving examples, I will not score. I would need to then point out to the structural and practical limitations and thereby suggest remedial measures. Basically, I can think clearly, introduce sub-themes, important role, second, limitations, third, suggestions, the question ends. Basically, 4 or 5 broad heads. Introduction is very easy to write. I hope all of you are very much aware that Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 provided for establishment of NHRC at center and the State Human Rights Commission at state in order to ensure that the human rights are protected. And some more brownie points you need to score. And the establishment of the commissions was in consonance with the Paris principles of human rights. That is all. You need to highlight the examiner that you know beyond what everyone knows. There's no need to write the importance of human rights. What are human rights? No, they are not required. You just need to write that what exactly is the legal source, constitutional source of the NHRC as a body that ends the debate. You give me this keyword, you give me Paris principles. I know that the student knows much more beyond the knowledge of any normal individual student. We go ahead. Role in upholding human rights. How human rights have been upheld by the NHRC? First, it says, by acting as a fourth branch institution. Now again, let me tell you, these are keywords in the slides. What I said 2 questions back, you need to write the entire sentence. I will show you for 1 or 2. Obviously, I cannot write the entire answer in a slide. That ends the objective. Now, I was saying I cannot write the entire answer in the slides. You need to complete the sentences. But when you are writing keywords like fourth branch institution, you cannot go ahead by explaining me how it is a fourth branch institution. You need to clearly tell me, where you would need to write here that it is a fourth branch institution where its duty is protection of human rights and thereby keeping in check the 3 pillars, that is executive, legislature and judiciary in any country. You also say that the media is the fourth estate. It is not only NHRC, CAG, CEC, each of these are bodies which form a separate pillar because of the nature of work that they have. Protection of human rights has got a lot of prominence in the present times. So that is why this NHRC is a body that is one of the institutions, fourth branch institutions in the government that protect the rights of the citizens and keep the other 3 pillars in check. Most important, it has taken suo motu cognizance of human rights violation based on media reports. This is again a very, very important feature where just by reading newspapers and your video clippings, NHRC has sprung into action. Also, the most important in my opinion, which is a major recommendation to prevent extrajudicial killings. Again, a very, very important area for your mains. Very, very important. And you cannot write an answer on extrajudicial killings or custodial killings or encounter killings unless you mention the 1997 guidelines, where I have not given the guidelines, where you should know that in 1997 the NHRC had ruled that the moment any encounter killing or a custodial death happens, within 24 hours, 24 घंटे के अंदर, you need to inform NHRC of such incident. You need to inform NHRC of such incident. This is the most important role. Most important example of NHRC's proactiveness. It also has raised awareness. Yes, I would think that all of you might be wondering, oh, is it really a very important function? Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. Raising awareness about human rights is the most important function performed by this body. Awareness of human rights, which is so easy for us, has been the case because of the proactiveness of the State Human Rights Commission and the National Human Rights Commission. And also I would like to inform here that post the amendment that was introduced in 2019, where now even a retired Supreme Court judge can head the NHRC, but before that, that is from 1993 till 2019, you would be surprised to know that the law had said that only a person who has been a CJI, in other words, a retired CJI, the Chief Justice of India, could have been the chairman. And that is why if I compare the human rights institutions across the world. I would again like you to go back to these principles. Under Paris principles, not only India, several countries of the world, they've established these bodies. And in this case, I'd like to just add here that it is one of the unique institutions where a retired Chief Justice of India, in other words, the CJI, the highest authority with respect to judiciary, chairs the human rights body. That is why it has brought in, it holds a lot of importance, and you can write these keywords. When you write these 4 points, there should be a organic interconnection between the themes. It is not that, again, I'd like to just point out here. Don't just make themes in the body, sub-themes, and there is no organic interlinkages. Organic interlinkages, they play a very important role, and that is why what I'm writing in italics, it is basically an example of these organic interlinkages. Look at this. Therefore, NHRC has performed the key roles of protector, number one, advisor to the government, monitoring, and educator of human rights. These 4 keywords, again, they are nothing but brownie points. They take your analysis to a different level. However, you will not straight away jump to the theme. However, the body NHRC has been subject to, and not even NHRC, all the Human Rights Commission, they have been subjected to structural and practical limitations. Number one, I am trying to look at the structural. Structural means problem inside the body, where it should have a staff, where it talks about the members, where it talks about their selection. Each of these are structural aspects. Each of these are structural aspects that relate to the members. It relates to appointment. It relates to the staff. These are the factors where I would like to point out the very first. There is an obscure selection process as number one. Each of these points are under your first point. These are sub-points. Vacancies are not publicized. There is lack of transparency as the criteria. How does the government choose the members? You do not know. What is the criteria? It is not known. And the selection committee needs to be diversified, where it should include members from the civil society and academicians. We do not want only the government to decide on who would be the members of the selection committee. Selection committee basically is that body that selects the chairman and the members. Look at the composition right now. It's the PM, Home Minister, LOP in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, the LOP in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the Lok Sabha Speaker and Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha. You can see that the composition is slightly skewed towards the ruling party. So if it is skewed towards ruling party, there might be a chance of politicization. Thereby we want to ensure that there is diversified representation, and there is also lack of diversity in members. It is only by the recent amendment, you can write it in bracket, you need not worry. It was a problem, the government has responded. So you can write in bracket that the recent amendment in 2019 has ensured that one member is a lady. One seat, one member is a woman. Now, not only this, why do we stop the diversity only at women? We can go ahead for SC and ST. There should be representation of SC and ST in the membership of the NHRC, because these are the ones who face the most human rights violations. And then many states have not constituted the commissions. There is a lack of staff. There is a lack of staff, and thereby 50% of the staff is deputed from the states. State governments, they provide 50% of the staff to the National Human Rights Commission. This is for SHRC. This is SHRC. This is SHRC, the State Human Rights Commission. This is for NHRC. You can write the points for both. Lack of independence is both for NHRC plus SHRC. This point is applicable for both NHRC and the State Human Rights Commission. Structural limitations are there. Practical limitations. There is lack of investigation workforce. It has an investigative staff. I am not saying it does not have that staff. It has. The law provides for investigative staff for NHRC and SHRC, but in most of the cases they hire the services of investigative workforce of other agencies. The Section 17 of the Promotion of Human Rights Act provides that NHRC may investigate a matter on its own if it is not satisfied by the investigation by the government. It is not that the law does not allow independent investigation, it does allow, but this section 17 of PHR that provides for NHRC investigating on its own is hardly implemented. This is hardly implemented. I'm sorry I'm writing it across the points because I wanted to just highlight the points. These points are important. You can definitely frame the sentences on your own. Then the recommendations are non-binding, thereby cannot be enforced by NHRC. The recommendations are non-binding, cannot be enforced by NHRC. And with respect to violations committed by armed forces, it has got limited powers. It can only seek a report from the central government. It can only seek a report from the central government. And then is non-cooperation by the state government. Whenever NHRC investigates a crime, investigates an offence where the state government or the state police is involved, imagine the case of custodial killing in a police station in a state. The state administration has to prepare a report. It has to prepare a facts. That is not submitted to NHRC on time. And then obviously it has been blamed cases which have high political stakes, and that is by former NHRC chairman had referred it to be a toothless tiger. Another important keyword. Another important keyword. Post office. Why do we call it a post office? Because it accepts complaints and then forwards the complaints to the government which violated the human rights, evaluates their response and then sends ahead the decision of the government, provides the decision of the government to the citizens. That is why it was called by Justice Krishna Iyer a post office. Just like a post office connects two people writing letters to each other, NHRC accepts complaint, sends it to the government, takes a report from the government, sends it back. I would like to also add here one point, just one more point. One point I'd like to add here, that in most of the cases, at the preliminary stage, of inquiry, the petitions are disposed. Because normally what happens, if a person has to write a report to NHRC, NHRC would do a preliminary inquiry, and then if it requires further investigation, then it goes for investigation. Abhi dikh raha hai side pura? And at this stage only, I am saying, at this stage only the petitions are dismissed. That is why we have some suggestions where you need to have diversify selection committee, improve infrastructure. Now in the suggestions, as I had said, you need to diversify the selection committee, improve infrastructure in terms of funds or resources and staff. We need to have open recruitment process where persons who have experience and expertise in human rights, they are made members. And obviously we need to have robust collaboration with civil society to ensure that it plays an important role in protection of human rights. So again, I'd like to quickly make you go through these points quickly. Introduce through the law, Paris principles are brownie points. Go ahead, role in upholding human rights, around 50-60 words here. This is very important. Protector, monitor and educator of human rights. We look at structural limitations. We look at practical limitations. Keywords, toothless tiger, post office. This extra, if you want to write, you can write, and then you get the suggestions. This is what is there. Now this is again a good question and slightly conceptual, and it says that analyze the distinguishing features of the notion of equality in the constitution of the US and India, and obviously you'd be having many thoughts. This was the question that might have jolted all the aspirants, but again we might not get worried, because some questions are the ones where we might not able to attempt it so well. So what you need to do is, again, that simple strategy. I would read the question: analyzing the distinguishing features of the notion of equality in the constitution of US and India. I would again read it. Is it asking a comparison? Is it asking me to differentiate between the notions of equality in US and India? Is not the demand. It is not the demand of the question. It is not the demand of the question. What the question is trying to know from you is this: distinguishing features of a book, distinguishing features of any particular object. You need to tell me what are the features that stand out, that need to stand out. And here obviously the best is if you can tell me, if you can explore some similarity, and if you can explore some dissimilarity. What I mean to say is, if you can explore some similarity or dissimilarity in the features, this is something which would take your question to a different level altogether. I would say that you should, while distinguishing the features, while looking at the features which stand out, you need to look at the similarities and dissimilarities between the two constitutions. Let's look at the keywords. I need to know distinguishing features. It wants equality. Now you can have several intros for equality. You can write down that what is equality. This is one dimension. You can just define equality. Then you can write down equality, how equality is reflected in different articles of the Indian Constitution. Just to give you an example, that we have equality promised under preamble. We have equality from Article 14 to 18 in the fundamental rights. We have certain provisions like Article 38 that reduces the inequalities in income, and we also have Article 46 that talks about protection of weaker sections and protect them from social injustice. Now these are some of the areas in the Constitution. Now this is something which can be done, but in my opinion, I think this is what everyone would write. It is very easy introduction also. At the very first place, you can easily write what is equality, write the features, and it does not normally strike in the examination hall. Now I would, rather than writing this, I would rather link democracy and equality. Now this is one feature which in my opinion will take your introduction to a different level. Now you cannot do this in every question. This involves a lot of thought. You need to have that stability while you're trying to attempt the question. But yes, and in my opinion also you should attempt this question in end, because this is not an area where you can absolutely write all the points. But still you would need to attempt this question. In my opinion, you should link democracy with equality, where I can write here that in any democracy, equality of opportunity, protection from discrimination, and equal protection before law are prerequisites. I am saying that in any democracy, equality of opportunity, protection from discrimination, and equal protection before law are prerequisites, and thereby, let me just take this portion slightly on the left, just hold on. I would write here, and thereby equality is reflected very well in letter and spirit. Equality is reflected very well in the letter and spirit, of the Indian and US Constitution. I know it is a tough nut to crack. Writing this intro in the examination hall might not be an easy task, but by practicing such questions, you can definitely write an intro on this, where you write that in any democracy, equality of opportunity and protection from discrimination and equal protection before law are prerequisites. Thereby, equality is very well reflected in letter and spirit in the constitutions of the democratic nations of India and US. So you've basically started with the very nice intro that tries to connect equality and constitution for both India and US. This is the intro. Then after this, we are now trying to look at the similarities. Similarities in the notion. Similarities in the notion, similarities in the idea. This is the theme. If you remember, while writing the distinguishing features, I clearly had said that you need to explore the similarity and dissimilarity here. You need to explore similarity and dissimilarity here. So now what I'm trying to do is explore similarity, where I know that there is Article 14 in India that has two dimensions, that is equality before law, borrowed from the US Constitution, and it has equal protection before law, which is a positive concept, and it has been borrowed from the 14th Amendment. It has been borrowed from the 14th Amendment in the US Constitution that came up in 1868, and thereby equal protection before law is an inherent principle, inherent feature that intertwines the US and Indian Constitution. The letter and the spirit of this aspect is applicable both in India. Number two, you will also write here about the Constitution preventing any discrimination amongst citizens. We have to use very simple language here, easy. There is no need to throw in the concepts of political science. No, keep it very easy, very basic. Preventing any discrimination among citizens. For example, in Indian Constitution, we have Article 17, we have Article 14, we have Article 15, which prevents discrimination against backward classes. Prevents discrimination against backward classes. And the US Constitution aims at preventing discrimination against minorities and women. You can also add women here in case of India. Minorities and women. Minorities and women. There is no need to pick up the exact clauses and write it. No, basic understanding is what you need to write here in the examination. And thereby you write down the most important aspect, the concept of affirmative action, which implies preferential treatment. This keyword is very important. Both the constitutions provide for affirmative action, that is preferential treatment of the deprived and marginalized section. Again, example, Article 15 clause 4 and 16 clause 4 talks about promotion of reservation for backward classes. 14th Amendment of the Constitution 1868 also supports affirmative action. Also supports affirmative action. So we can see the similarities, and also you can add the last point after the third. This will be your fourth point. There is also important to have a sense of priority. Now this is again, I need to just write it here. There needs to be a sense of priority in your answers. The way when you are analyzing, you have to give the most important point first. You cannot simply scribble down all the points. Sense of priority means the most important points, they come first, the less important ones, they come later. Now you can just see here that also, now again, these questions, they do not involve any knowledge of the US Constitution. You don't need to be picking up the Constitution, and now again you will say that, so how do we revise the comparison? Should we pick up and draw a table? Absolutely no. It is basic understanding of the subject, basic current affairs. You read about US, their policies, affirmative action, discrimination against blacks. You've all seen it for the past 2-3 years. as aware citizens, where all the sportspersons across the world, after the death of George Floyd, they had took on to knee, they had basically protested in different formats. So you should have known about what the US Constitution says. It is in that context this question has come up. They don't want you to specifically pick up and look at the Constitution. And the fourth point I would like to just point out here is that the powers of judicial review to strike down legislation against equality, both of the Supreme Courts, they are extremely powerful in ensuring that any such legislation that goes against the principle of equality shall be struck down. That is all. I need to stick to my word limit. I have given the examiner the points that he wants introduced, given him. What more do I write here? What else do I write it here in the notes? What else do I write it here in the notes? This is my basic understanding with the articles I have shown 14th Amendment, that is all. And then you can also write down, again, also write down for the points. I'm writing it here. Obviously, differences will not come up here. So I'll write it here. Additional points. I'll write it here. Additional points that the US Constitution provides for abolition of slavery and the Indian Constitution provides for abolition of untouchability. Then you would also write that women have been given the right to vote in the Constitution. Women have been given the right to vote in Constitution. Basic points. And then you come to the differences. Differences lies in the first is, when was the clause for equality inserted? In India, the clause was inserted right from the date of commencement. Ever since the Constitution got implemented, we've had the clauses that provide for affirmative action, that provide for the clauses of equal protection before law. Article 14 provides for equal protection before law. But in US, it was introduced in 1868 through the 14th Constitutional Amendment. In US, the idea of equal protection before law was introduced through the introduced in 1868 with the 14th Constitutional Amendment Act. Now, and the next is, in the case of affirmative action, the second point, in case of affirmative action, you need to write down that in India, the Constitution under Article 15 Clause 4 and 16 Clause 4 clearly provides for reservation and allocation of certain quota of seats for the backward classes, for their reservation in educational institutions and in government jobs. Whereas in US, this is again important, the Constitution prevents discrimination. The Constitution prevents discrimination against blacks. Discrimination against blacks. This is what the Constitution says. It does not explicitly legitimize. It does not explicitly legitimize. Does not explicitly legitimize affirmative action. Does not explicitly legitimize affirmative action. In India, there is clearly given in the Constitution that you can reserve seats. But in US, it only prevents any discrimination. And the laws have been enacted for affirmative action to support the minorities like Hispanics, like the Negroids there. And thereby, you need to now write the conclusion where you write down both the countries have faced discrimination. Write down, citizens in both the countries have faced discrimination, in bracket, on varied basis. And thereby accord great importance to the notion of equality. That is why in both these nations, democracy and equality are intertwined. Both these nations, democracy are intertwined. These ideas you need to write. You need to be a bit innovative here, and I would like to just add here that you wrote that in this differences, you wrote that when was the clause inserted? For the clause for equality was inserted later. Even the clause for voting for women in India was from the start of the constitution. The clause for voting rights for women was from the start of the constitution. I think the color is not really very good. Let me just go for a good background. Just hold on. Yeah, so voting for women was introduced right at the start of the Indian Constitution. It was there in the Constitution. In US, you can write it here. I'll write it here. It was introduced. In US, it was introduced by the 19th Constitutional Amendment in 1920. The 19th Constitutional Amendment in 2020. This is what this question was trying to seek. Let's again try to go back to the question. This again said that analyze the distinguishing features. I had said that you need to clearly highlight the similarities and dissimilarities, and because see, distinguishing means the question wants the pertinent, the most important features, and we put it where we write down similarities and dissimilarities. Now I would say that you should not draw a table here. It is again a 250 words question. You should try to write, because this is again not a straight question. You would need to elaborate on your ideas, elaborate on your points, show your writing skill and analysis here. Then you go ahead, you introduce, as you've seen here, you introduce either in this case, like I've seen you. I would rather suggest that you write here like the way I've written it. So you can see these points. Then we go ahead, we look at the similarities in the notion by giving basic examples that you saw here. Then we move on ahead with the differences, and then finally we have concluded the idea. Now let's move on ahead. This is the next question that we like to see. Again, an easy question. This is a question on legislative councils, and the context, all of us know that there's a clamor in the State Assembly of West Bengal to have a legislative council. After Mamata Banerjee had lost the elections in the assembly last year, the idea of having a legislative council emerged. Also, she had promised in a manifesto that there should be a separate legislative council in the state. Again, this was an easy question, a basic information about the constitutional aspects would have given you 40% of the marks, but to reach to the next level, you had to write some recommendations here. So I'll discuss with them, I'll discuss those recommendations with you. Let's look at this. It says that explain. Now it is again, even if let's say if I just strike this off, let's say even if I strike this off, let's say if it was simply asking about legislative councils, you forget what is there in the question. Even if the question was asking about legislative councils, as it is my first keyword, I would need to underline it. I would underline legislative councils. I would underline review and I would underline current status with suitable illustrations. This is what the question would have wanted. But the moment I know Legislative Council, I have to start with introducing the article in the Constitution. Without introducing the article, I cannot proceed ahead in the question. And now we can just quickly see. Yeah, so this is the question. I just underline the keywords again. Legislative Council, review the working, current status, and suitable illustrations. Now you can simply write in the introduction. Context, I already have discussed the case of West Bengal. So let's look at the first aspect here, introduction. You can simply write here the article. Where you write that Article 269 provides for the establishment of legislative councils in a state as the second chamber. The states have to pass a resolution by special majority, and this resolution has to be approved by the Parliament. After the proposal has been approved by the Parliament by law, the President notifies the law. This is the entire procedure for establishing the Legislative Council in a state. I again repeat, as per Article 169, the states which seek to create or abolish Legislative Council would need to pass a resolution by special majority, and post the resolution the Parliament has to pass a law to create or abolish Legislative Council of a state. And you can also write it here, that Article 171 provides for the composition. Article 171 provides for the composition of the legislative councils. It is seeking the current status. So you now write down the current status is as follows, where you write down that presently 6 states, they have a legislative council: UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka and Andhra, and West Bengal, Rajasthan, Odisha and Assam are the states which are in the process of approving legislative council in the state. I am saying it are in the process of approving because we need not know the exact detail, because some of the states have passed a resolution, some of the states have only got the approval through the cabinet. We are just telling that this is the current status. These are the 4 states which are in the process of having a legislative council in the state. Now it says that review. Now we are moving on to the review. We are looking at the merits. First is that they prevent hasty laws originating from the Legislative Assembly and prevent laws which are populist. Prevent hasty laws originating from the Legislative Assembly and prevent laws which are populist. Also, you need to underline the points here that they ensure, I'll highlight the points you need to underline in the examination: ensure better representation and ensure participation of intellectuals in legislation, in bracket, like Rajya Sabha, and thereby facilitate the entry of such people who cannot win direct elections. Now we have clearly said, because the question is saying review, I would need to tell the merits and demerits. My first sub-theme, second sub-theme, because first sub-theme is this, I need to tell the current status. Second sub-theme here is the merit, and then third is what are the issues, what are the problems, why there is a discontent whenever we talk about the idea of legislative council. So the first point, you can simply write issues. This is the next sub-theme in your question, in your body. The merits was second. This is the third sub-theme. Obviously, we can see that it is used to accommodate party functionaries who fail to get elected, thereby providing backroom entry. Thereby providing backroom entry. This is again a keyword. You need to write this keyword. Thereby providing backroom entry. Drain on the exchequer. Obviously, you would need to have a building, you would need to have salaries and allowances for the MPs who get elected. And just to inform you, in case if you can forget, in case if you can remember, then it's a good thing. If you don't, then also it's fine. But still, I'd like to add here that the Rajasthan Assembly had estimated the cost to be 100 crore. 100 crore means 100 crore was the entire cost to establish legislative council, create one legislative council and thereby run it yearly would around involve 100 crore, which is again a huge cost on the exchequer. Also, there are issues with the composition. There are issues with the composition because if you look at the composition, 5/6 of the members, they are indirectly elected from constituencies. Indirectly elected from the constituencies where 1/12 are elected by the graduates, 1/12 are elected by the teachers. You need not write the entire composition here. You need to just simply say that 5/6 of the members, they are indirectly elected by constituencies and thereby do not represent the people. Please do not make the mistake of writing the entire composition. It is not required. You just need to simply say 5/6 are indirectly elected. They do not represent the people, unlike the Council of States. Because I would need to also compare, these are my brownie points. These are my brownie points because I'm simultaneously comparing the legislative councils with the Rajya Sabha. Because if you see, just to take you back, here I had said that they ensure participation of intellectuals like Rajya Sabha. So I am also simultaneously giving the examiner a comparison in the entire review with the Rajya Sabha. So in the issues I will write out, they do not represent the people, unlike the Council of States, where the Council of States cannot be compared because they are upholding the federal spirit, the federal structure by representing the states, and obviously they can delay the bill for 4 months. They can delay the bill for 4 months. So eventually the legislative assemblies will prevail. Legislative assemblies will prevail, and thereby it is a secondary chamber. Thereby it is a secondary chamber. Now any of these keywords would fetch you those extra marks. Any of these keywords that you can write. I am sure you cannot remember all of them. I just added each of these so that you can just keep it in your heads. You can write thereby it is in the nature of a secondary chamber, or it is a costly ornamental luxury, or it is a white elephant, and thereby even the Constituent Assembly had left it to the Parliament to create or abolish legislative council in a state. I am saying that even the Constituent Assembly which was formed, it had basically kept the powers with the Parliament. Unlike Rajya Sabha, it's a permanent house. Except the non-financial matters, it has got absolutely co-equal status with the Lok Sabha. So here you are also seeing that how the framers of the constitution were not believing, were not agreeing with making it a permanent feature. Now, this is what is very interesting, and now the way the states are passing resolution for having a council and the way the states are passing resolution for abolition of councils, in both the scenarios, in the creation and in the abolition, there is nothing but hastiness that is getting reflected. There is again a sense of, a sense of hastiness that is there in the state, which is again not right. Legislative council creation and abolition is establishment and disbanding of a house. Thereby, without consensus, now look at the start. We have given both the points. You need to start the way forward. You need to write the themes as it is. Therefore, you write down without consensus or policy, expediency dictates abolition and revival of council. Now, this term for some of you, you might think that it is again a very tough language, but it can absolutely be written. There is no harm in saying that when there is no consensus or policy, expediency dictates abolition and revival of councils. Thereby, the following recommendations are helpful. As suggested by a parliamentary committee, as suggested by the parliamentary committee that examined, as suggested by the parliamentary committee that examined the bills in the parliament for creation of legislative council in Rajasthan and Assam. Now you need to watch, in case if you think that you have crossed the word limit, just write the parliamentary committee has recommended the following. If you think that the word limit has not been crossed, you can obviously write the entire sentence citing the fact that the parliamentary committee examining the bills for the formation of the council in Rajasthan and Assam has recommended, number one, there should be a national policy. Whenever the parliament is examining, it should have some basic framework, some basic standard to evaluate. In Hindi we call it Mapdand. There has to be some standard to evaluate whether you need to have a legislative council or not. And also, the parliamentary committee has also said that we need to review the provision in the law where we have seats for the graduates and teachers. Now again, graduates and teachers are no more a rare phenomena. If you compare this provision in the Constitution from 1949 till now, we wanted to give graduates and teachers a space because in those days education was rare, but now we have so many political parties having doctors, lawyers, engineers, intellectuals as members. Thereby there is no need to give separate representation to the graduates and the teachers in the legislative council. So these are again two specific points in the direction of the having suggestions for the abolition or formation of legislative councils and changing and tweaking the composition of the legislative council with respect to removing the clause of having seats for teachers and the students, the graduates. So this is what we have seen. Again, you can see that we have stuck to the word limit clearly. We have written again the keywords. We very well highlighted the keyword. Then we had moved on to the current status. Then we have seen the merits, how they are important, and then we have seen the issues. I would also like to add that these extra information, if you can, they would need to write, but whenever you are writing a point, don't just leave it. Don't just write. I've seen in many test papers that students, they just write points, underline and leave. No. You need to explain. It would just take 4 or 5 modes extra to explain the entire point. For example, you would say composition does not represent the people. Full stop, leave. That is not the best way. You should write here that composition of the council as per the constitution includes 5/6 of the legislators who are indirectly elected from constituencies, and thereby they do not represent the citizens, unlike the Council of States that represent the interest of the states at center. This is how you need to frame. You would need to write few answers to develop the knack. Otherwise, you just write the points and leave. That is wrong. Write the entire. Now, this is enough. Drain on the exchequer. As significant cost is involved in infra, salary, allowance, pensions, full stop. This is done. So you need to write the points like this. Obviously, I'm writing the entire sentences here also, but you should just get the basic points. You would need to do some work on your own. Write complete sentences and see that how you're writing your answers in the topic. Let's look at the question. Do department-related parliamentary standing committees keep the administration on its toes and inspire reverence for parliamentary control? Now, this is the statement. First, it is trying to know from you, do they really do so? Do the department-related standing committees, do they really ask you, do they really go ahead like this? And second, they say that evaluate the working of such committees with suitable examples. Now, if I would read the question, I would first look at what is the need of the question. I would see that there is department-related parliamentary standing committees which I need to write about. And automatically, when I give you a structure here itself, in my introduction, I would need to introduce department-related standing committees. I got my first keyword. My intro will be around DRSC. I then move on ahead. It says that keeps the administration on its toes and inspire reverence for parliamentary control. Basically, the question is trying to know from me, the role of DRSCs, the role of DRSCs in ensuring parliamentary oversight. Parliamentary oversight means how the parliament is trying to ensure that the executive powers can be curbed. And then obviously it says evaluate the working of such committees with suitable example. Evaluate with suitable examples. Examples obviously are very, very, very important. Even if the question was not asking me examples, I would definitely give all the examples of such important work, such important bills, or any important matter discussed by a department-related standing committee. For example, just to introduce you, I will use Committee on Labour. There is a standing committee on labour. It has done tremendous job with respect to the code of wages, the 4 codes that we had to reform the labour sector. For 3 of these, it gave a very important recommendation. Examples like such parliamentary committees you need to give. And then finally, I would need to conclude. And I will conclude obviously with the suggestions, because it says evaluate. I have evaluated, seen the role, and then I'll give my suggestions. This is the simple structure of this question that we need to answer. These three things I answer, I'll end up getting more than 50%. Let's start the introduction. Let's go to the second step, introduction. What do I write in introduction? Very simple. I have read DRSCs for my prelims. It is again a static topic, and this topic was important. Why? Because the chairman of the Council of States had expressed his grief and anger over the lack of attendance and lack of punctuality in the meetings of the DRSCs. That is why this happened in the month of August, September. Every year in the month of September, the DRSCs, they are reconstituted. So when in September 2021 they were being formed, there was anguish expressed by the Chairman Council of States, as he could see that in the past 1 year, that is 2020 to 21, the attendance was dismal. This is the reason, the context why the question came up in the exam. And in this case, I will simply introduce my DRSCs by saying that DRSCs are parliamentary committees which are standing or permanent. These are parliamentary committees which are standing or permanent and assist the parliament in the exercise of its business and thereby enforcing parliamentary oversight. And these parliamentary committees have their mention, and the parliamentary committees have their mention under Article 105, and the details have been provided in the rules of the procedure of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. I have pinpointed at the intro, I said that DRSC are type of parliamentary committees which are standing or permanent and assist the parliament in the exercise of its business and thereby enforcing parliamentary oversight. Article 105 mentions them, but the details, they are there in the rules of the procedure. And I would simply draw a diagram here. And I would simply mention, I'm just trying to use a different pen so that you can understand how to put a flow chart. I would simply say DRSC 24 in number, 16 under Lok Sabha, 8 under Rajya Sabha. 16 under Lok Sabha, 8 under Rajya Sabha, and each has 31 members. As diagram like this, I will not write about the number of members. I would just want to draw a diagram and explain that I also know about this. I also know about the number. I know that which houses in terms of how many committees they regulate. I have shown it here, and maybe if I just push in this entire area ahead, the black one ahead, I'd be able to just enter a nice diagram here, maybe smaller in size. I'm just trying to tell you that how we need to write. I'll stick to the word limits also, and now let's look at the next aspect. This is my structure's first theme, where I say that the parliamentary committees act as an important mechanism. The parliamentary committees or the DRSCs, they act as an important mechanism of parliamentary control in the following methods. I need to underline this theme. They act as a mechanism of parliamentary control. Underline this. I need to highlight. Tell the examiner that this is my sub-theme. This is my sub-theme number 1. First sub-theme number 1. That this is the mechanism of parliamentary control in the following ways. First, they examine the bills referred by the presiding officer. The speaker or the chairman, he refers the bill to the department related standing committee, and when they examine the bill, they suggest changes. Which are recommendatory in nature. But I would like to give you an example, as the question says you give example, that if you look at this, there was, as I had said, there was committee on labor. The committee on labor had examined the 3 labor codes. Examine the 3 labor codes. First is the Code on Industrial Relations, Social Security and Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions, and suggested recommendations, and 75% of the recommendations were incorporated in the bill. 75% of the recommendations were incorporated in the bill, and that is why these bills, before they became acts, they became better pieces of legislation. They ensure the check on the legislative power of the government and thereby parliamentary oversight by ensuring the bill is in line with the latest trends of the labor. So basically you need to just examine the bills referred by the presiding officer. For example, the Committee on Labor recommended its recommendations in a report while examining the 3 labor codes, and 75% were accepted as recommendations in the law. This is the first point. Second, they examined the demand for grants. We know that every ministry presents its demand for grants, the money it wants to spend for the upcoming financial year during the budget session, and these demand for grants, we know that they are examined for 3 to 4 weeks within the budget session. Around I would say the month of February this happens, and examine the demand for grants of the ministries and write a report, and these reports help the MPs in regulating and keeping a check on government's expenditure. Government's expenditure. Because unless there is a report, the MPs are unable to examine what is the amount of money that is sought by the government, because it is not an easy way to examine all the recommendations. So only after the DRSC has given a report, the MPs actually get to question the money sought by the government. They also examine the long-term policy document. They also consider the annual reports of the ministries and departments, and I would like to now add, apart from this point, that thereby, now you can see that we need to add a link to the next sub-theme, thereby the DRSCs act as mini parliament. Now this keyword mini parliament is something which is very, very important to score. This is the keyword that you write, that how they help the parliament and how the parliament actually functions through the DRSCs. So we know that yes, they are mini parliament, and we can also write one more point, that they act as bridge. They act as bridge by getting technical inputs. I'll just write it, then I'll move. They also act as bridge by getting technical inputs, because when they examine, they also invite recommendations, they also invite the experts in their field, and then they write a report. It is more of an informal closed door meeting where the MPs, when they sit in a parliamentary committee, they invite suggestions from the people. That is why they invite technical input, something which cannot be done whenever the parliament functions. So that is why in that regard, this is again playing a very important role, but there are major issues with the working. Now you look at the keywords, and when you are writing these keywords, you need to just write the proper sentence. I'm writing a keyword because I'm just trying to explain that how you need to write it, but keyword you need to write and then complete. For example, the first is the reports are recommendatory, and thereby it is not binding on the parliament to obey the recommendations. It is not binding for the parliament to obey the recommendations. And very rarely the reports are discussed unless they relate to a bill. unless they relate to a bill. Now, the reports are recommendatory, not binding, and rarely the reports are discussed. Second, now this is what is very interesting and a very common, less number of bills referred. Now here you need to play with some data. Without giving me data, this entire point is not of any relevance. You need to give me the data to prove that how you are trying to justify the fact that the number of bills have decreased. For example, if I'd like to give you the data here, now you look at this data very carefully. In the 15th Lok Sabha, 71% of the bills they were referred to standing committees. 71% of the bills they were referred to standing committees. The department related standing committees. In the 16th Lok Sabha, it is a number which is gone down like anything, it is 25%, and now till now in the 17th Lok Sabha, it is 11%. You can see the significant decline. And here you can just draw this diagram where you just tell the person, the examiner, that less number of bills are referred. Now there is no need to write the entire sentence. Just add this diagram, 15th Lok Sabha 71%, 16th has 25%, 70th is 11%, that is all. The next is poor attendance. The MPs, they are not attending the meetings now. You cannot cite and remember the data. Here you can just write that this problem of poor attendance was recently highlighted by the chairman of Council of States. This problem of poor attendance was highlighted by the chairman of Council of States, and then there is a delay in constitution. There is a delay in constitution. You can here give the example of the 17th Lok Sabha. You can give the example of 17th Lok Sabha, that 17th Lok Sabha had its first sitting on 17th of June 2019. Obviously, you cannot remember the exact date, 17th of June, but even if you write, let's say, June 2019, and you say that the DRSCs, they were constituted in October, that is by a delay of 5 months. That is by a delay of 5 months. Normally, they are constituted in a month, but in the 17th Lok Sabha when it sat, it was constituted by a delay of 5 months. Then you can also see that they are less representative. Certain parliamentary committees are not representing the job that they do. A very interesting example you would like to cite, if you cite here, this is from your recent current affairs that came up in the end after the winter session, that is in the last week of December. There you must have seen that the Prevention of Child Marriage Amendment Bill that seeks to increase the age of marriage for women from 18 to 21, that was referred to this standing committee, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, Women, Children and Youth and Sports Affairs, but surprisingly, out of the 31 members, there was only one female member. A surprising aspect that there was only one female member. This is again an example of the fact, that how the objective is not getting reflected in the composition. The most important bill for upliftment of the rights of the women has just one woman, and thereby this less representative composition is also reflected in the reports. Also reflected in the reports. Why? Because the more number of women would be there, at least in this committee, you would automatically have a gendered perspective or a balanced perspective on a bill like Amendment to Prevention of Child Marriage Bill 2021. So here you need to be very specific with the examples. You will also write down that there is a decline in the number of sittings that we've had of the parliamentary committees, and this is one point that is again having both the sides. You can write it that in the light of the pandemic, this will be a good point to write, that in the light of the pandemic, the sittings have also decreased, thereby virtual meetings are not happening. And you need to write in bracket, however, the rules of the procedure of the Lok Sabha, that is rule 275, if you can remember it well, if you cannot, then also it's fine, but you still should write that the rules of the procedure of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha do not allow virtual meetings, as they are against confidentiality, as they are against the principle of confidentiality. Now again, this is important because this will tell the examiner that you know both the sides. You know both the sides of the debate. You know that virtual meetings have not been held. You also know that if a virtual meeting is held, then you violate against the rules of the procedure. Then you want a longer tenure for the members. Longer tenure for the members, because right now the tenure is 1 year. Right now the tenure is 1 year, and by the time the 1 year tenure ends, the MPs, they start getting specialized in their nature of parliamentary committee. They are again, their term ends, either they are made the member of a different parliamentary standing committee or they are not nominated as members. That is why what we want is that there should be a longer period, so that if you have a longer period, the experience would be acquired by the MPs, and that experience would also get reflected in the reports that shall be written by the department related standing committees. Also, this is again something that was pointed out, that already the DRSCs, they are the MPs who are specialists in their field. So they are much better than the examination of a bill that is done by the MPs in Parliament. But even they lack specialist advisors. Even they lack specialist advice, because you can write here there is lack of research support staff. Because of lack of research support staff, that tinge of specialization lacks in the working of DRSCs, and thereby finally we go on to the last point. I hope you remember in the structure. We now are moving on to the last leg. Now we are discussing the suggestions, and suggestions, as I had said, it needs to be based on some committee, some commission's recommendation, or some body which was formed by the government of the Supreme Court. These recommendations will add depth to your answer. For example, in 2002, the National Committee to Review the Working of the Constitution suggested, number 1, there should be research support. It also suggested establishing a new standing committee on economy to address economic affairs of the country. To address economic affairs of the country. Also, while deliberating on bills, while preparing report on bills, they should directly interact with people or develop mechanisms to take input from them. Now, there can be several other suggestions also. The idea is to limit to the word limit, because let's say if we go back, we have seen that we introduced here around, I would say, 30-40 words here. Then again we are writing the themes, we are writing each of these points. Again, I would say 50 words. Then we move on to the major issues. It again takes around, I would say, 100 odd words if you write it. And then finally, in suggestions, you can just write these points, I would say around 50-60 odd words again. So we'll be winding up our answer at around 250-260 words. Obviously, you need to permute and combine, exclude someone, include some areas. And then finally, we'd see this, that you adopt the best international practices to ensure convergence in working. This is a very interesting point which you need to write. This will again highlight the depth. Let me just highlight this area, that for example, in the British House of Commons, the committees interact on certain overlapping subjects. We are following the practice of UK, we should follow it. where the committees related to defense, foreign affairs, international development, trade and industry, they form quadripartite committee which examines the government's arm export licenses. For example, here what we are trying to say is that we have the government's arm export licenses. This is that specific area for which to ensure convergence in parliamentary accountability, 4 parliamentary committees, they meet together. This is a very interesting idea because also we have a mechanism of cabinet committees where the cabinet ministers of certain areas, they get together. But for the parliament, we have created parliamentary committees, we have DRSCs, permanent standing committees, but there is no such mechanism in the rule book that ensures convergence in their action. So if we automatically have this suggestion incorporated, it would again improve. So if we have this kind of mechanism, it would automatically improve the working of the parliamentary committee system in India. I would just like to caution you here before I go ahead that, you know, the question again, just to tell you that it is talking about DRSCs. The question is about department related standing committees, and it is not a question. It is absolutely not a question on parliamentary committees. I hope you would have understood it well, but still I'd like to repeat this. It is not a question on parliamentary committees. So I hope you understood how we have incorporated all the aspects and we have wound up the answer in 250 words. This was again an easy question. You just had to add the recent examples from your current affairs.
Let's come to 15 marker, 250 words. Question number 16. Has digital literacy, particularly in rural areas, coupled with lack of information, communication technology accessibility, hindered socio-economic development? Examine with justification. So the question is talking about how digital literacy has hindered, very simple question, has hindered the socio-economic development. This is what is the question asking. So what will you write in introduction? In introduction, you can explain what is digital illiteracy. You can explain what is digital illiteracy. People can't use internet to search knowledge. Is it okay? To find information, they can't use internet. Or very simple definition you can write. People don't know how to use digital device is digital illiteracy, and digital illiteracy is an aspect of digital divide. So you can, in the introduction, you can write definition of digital literacy and also how it is an aspect of digital divide. Digital divide is the divide between haves and have-nots. Haves are those who have digital device, जिनके पास digital device है, those who have digital device, those who are digitally literate, and also have affordable broadband connection. All 3 aspects are very important. Have-nots are those who do not have digital device, who are not digitally literate, and who do not have affordable broadband connectivity. So digital literacy is an aspect of digital divide. Then along with digital literacy, देखो, the question says digital literacy, particularly in rural areas, coupled with lack of information communication technology accessibility. Why there is lack of ICT accessibility? Because of lack of affordable broadband connectivity in rural areas. Now we come to body and say that how digital illiteracy leads to how digital literacy hinders socio-economic development. So see the body, how we can write aspects of socio-economic development: access to healthcare, access to education, then access to information, poor financial inclusion, dependency on others, no self-empowerment. Even for searching small information, you become dependent on others. Then poor use of online market space for selling goods like SHG products are not sold online because women are not digitally literate. Then come back, access to healthcare, no telemedicine, no online consultation, no health awareness, access to education, ODL, online distance learning courses cannot be accessed online. And Acer report highlighted that there is digital divide in the country. So Acer report by Pratham NGO highlighted that only 30% of the students during COVID pandemic had access to online education. So you can write this example of Acer report given by Pratham. Then teachers training in digital education is missing. Then access to skill education, online modular courses. So to access online education, you need to be digitally literate. To access healthcare, online healthcare, you need to be digitally literate. To access information, any kind of information on internet, you have to be digitally literate. So because you are digitally illiterate, you will have inability to search information on internet related to global news, scientific developments and research, what is going on in the country. You will not know all these things, and you will also lack knowledge about government schemes and benefits. So all these aspects hinder socio-economic development in the country. And in conclusion, you can write that how government can solve the problem of digital illiteracy. So you can write that not only digital illiteracy, the government should also solve the problem of accessibility to digital device along with providing affordable broadband connection. So the best conclusion which I can think about is to write about Digital India Mission, because Digital India Mission focuses on all three aspects: affordable digital devices, digital literacy and affordable broadband connection. So Digital India Mission focus on digitalization along with digital literacy, especially women. Especially digital literacy for women is very important and it should become part of curriculum. So if we want SHGs to be successful, SHGs must be immediately digitalized and women should be digitally literate. So that is what we can write in this answer. You can write a lot of points in this, 250 words, a bigger introduction, a bigger conclusion and a bigger body. All three things will increase here. Then the next question, question number 17. Though women in post-independent India have excelled in various fields, the social attitude towards women in feminist movement has been patriarchal. Apart from women education and women empowerment schemes, what interventions can help change this millennium? So what the question says, what the question tries to say is, कि though women have excelled in lots of field, but still women is suffering from patriarchal attitude. How to break this patriarchal attitude along with women education and women empowerment? So in introduction, you can start your answer by talking about that you can explain this point only, that in India patriarchal attitude is seen as seen in Sabrimala case, triple talaq, then glass ceiling effect. Glass ceiling effect means women not able to take higher positions in organizations. Then women suffers from sexual harassment at workplace. Then there are sexual crimes against women, especially against Dalit women. So though women have progressed, but still India suffers from patriarchal attitude as seen in these cases. This is your intro, very simple intro. Body you will write that what interventions have to be done by the government to change this. So you will write that government is doing well by running schemes for women education and women empowerment. Women empowerment schemes like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Then the government has recently started has recently passed Maternity Benefits Act. Then government has set up Mahila Shakti Kendra. Then the government is running NRLM, National Rural Livelihood Mission, as a as a poverty elevation scheme through SHGs. Then women education also will help in creating employment opportunities and skill training for women. Then women education helps contribute to GDP, and awareness among women will lead to better reproductive health care and menstrual hygiene. So you can write these points about women education, women empowerment schemes that we are running here. In women education, you can also write about schemes. You can mention some schemes like, I forgot to mention schemes here. You can write some schemes about, you know, Balika, Kasturba Gandhi, Balika Vidyalaya. Yes, you can write about Kasturba Gandhi, Balika Vidyalaya. You can talk about these schemes. Then the government is focusing towards menstrual, the government is focusing towards, women education. Mein. One more scheme can be written, that increased focus of government towards increasing enrollment of women in secondary schools, enrollment of girls in secondary schools. So these schemes for women education you can write. You can search on internet also about these schemes. Then other initiatives which are required. So women entrepreneurship has to be promoted through SHGs, and the government is running special schemes like Stand Up India, MSME schemes especially for women. Then strictly implement sexual harassment at workplace. You can elaborate, you have to elaborate each and every point. I am just giving you the broader point. Strictly implement sexual harassment at workplace. Strict law on Khap Panchayats, because Khap Panchayats are extremely patriarchal in their attitude. Then promoting women in research, sports. Research ki jagah you can also write promoting women in science, technology, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Then promoting women in sports, especially in hockey and cricket. Those sports which are not traditionally under the control of women, so you have to promote women there. Reservation to women in parliament. This bill must be immediately passed. 1/3 reservation to women in parliament. Then government should create women only cooperatives. So government should not only create women SHGs but also focus on women only cooperatives and provide reservation in cooperatives to women. This also can be done, as was done in part 9B of the constitution. Then the government can run multiple campaigns by identifying various role model for women like Geeta Fogart, Babita Fogart. So like this, many other initiatives can be run by the state. So the question says, apart from women education and women empowerment, what interventions can help? So apart is this. Apart is this. So that's about your. Isme there will be no conclusion because this is a sort of conclusion only. This is a sort of conclusion only. There is no need to write conclusion. So in this question, there will be intro, body, and please elaborate on these points in detail. You have to elaborate. Then question number 18 is last question of governance. Can civil society and NGO organizations present an alternative model of public service delivery to benefit the common citizens? Discuss the challenges and alternative model. Very simple and the most simplest question of all. The question is about civil society organizations and its challenges. Very, very simple. So in intro, you will write definition of civil society organizations. So civil society organizations are non-state, non-profit, voluntary bodies. Voluntary bodies which fill the gaps left by the market and the state. So this is what you can write in the definition of CSO. NGOs are part of CSOs only. NGO is a part of CSO For CSO, you can also write CSO is an umbrella term which includes a wide array of voluntary organizations like SHGs, cooperatives, NGOs, social entrepreneurs, resident welfare association. You can write that also. But this will be more better definition of CSO. Now, come to body. The body says how CSOs present an alternative model of public service delivery to benefit the common citizens. So the main role of service delivery is of the state. State does the role of service delivery. Now we have to write how CSOs can do service delivery in an alternative manner. So CSOs do nothing but they fill the gaps left by the state. Areas which are left by the state are filled by CSOs. So what CSOs do? They reach the last mile, the weakest of the weak, like elderly, orphan children, leprosy patients, patients who are critically ill, इनके बारे में बात करते हैं. So they reach the last mile, weakest of the weak, address the unaddressed issues left by the state like domestic violence, acid attack victims. So how do they address the unaddressed issues left by the state? By filing PILs in the court. Then areas, they reach areas ignored by the state. Some areas where state is not interested. Yeah, state doesn't want to spend too much resources on these areas, like welfare of beggars, disabled, slums, tribes, elderly and leprosy patients. Then areas where the state doesn't have sufficient resources. Areas where state doesn't have sufficient resources. Matlab state wants to work, but state lacks sufficient resources, like disaster management. So CSOs played a very important role during COVID-19. So you can elaborate what role CSOs played during COVID-19. Let us see what role. We can write 2-3 points. Service delivery. They provided immediate relief to migrant workers by providing them medicines, masks, yes, transport facilities. Then in many areas they also provided doctors and healthcare workers. For example, Doctors Without Border is an NGO which provided team of doctors, healthcare workers, and they even provided oxygen concentrators. Then NGOs helped the state in setting up isolation relief centers, COVID isolation centers. So like this, areas where state lacks sufficient resources. Then they provide innovative ways of service delivery. Why it is innovative? They can reach maximum people with minimum resources because they have ground knowledge. Then during disaster management, they provide support and resources. This I have discussed with examples. Now, you can write examples of certain NGOs also here, which provide, which do the task of service delivery. So, for example, there is an NGO called Sarthak, which works for the development, which works for disabled. Then there is NGO called Chaya Foundation, which works for acid attack victims. Then there is an NGO which was recently in news, Missionary of Charities, works for leprosy patients, leprosy. Then there is an NGO called Cry, Bachpan Bachao Andolan. So they rescue children in difficult situations. So like this, you can write multiple NGOs here, multiple NGOs. Then they make service delivery of the state transparent by creating social audit mechanisms. They take the information through RTI to the people, and RTI directly takes bureaucracy into account through social audit mechanism. So this is what is the alternate model of public service delivery to benefit the common citizens. So this is about your body. Lot of material to be written in 150 words. And in conclusion, you can write, discuss the challenges of this alternative model. Basically, you are being asked to write, discuss the challenges faced by civil society organization. So, civil society organization work in silos mentality. Silos means they work within themselves. They don't coordinate their efforts. They don't coordinate their efforts, which leads to duplication of work. Then they misuse and divert resource, they misuse and divert funds. Some NGOs have also been found to engage in money laundering activities, and they sometimes overspend on administrative expenses. Then, lack of funds. NGOs also face problems of access to funds. Recently, the government made FCRA more stringent through 2020 amendment. So, NGOs face problems in access to funds. Now, NGOs needs funds. Funds are the most important aspect of NGO because they are providing services. So, just like state for providing services needs funds, NGOs for providing services also needs funds. Then criticism and NGOs, if they criticize state, they are considered as anti-state. So, state bans the NGO or restricts the funding of the NGO if the NGO criticizes the state. So, these are some of the challenges faced by NGO. In conclusion, you can also write, I'll tell you one point. You can write one point in conclusion, that state and NGOs should work as strategic partners. Instead of fighting with each other, they should work as strategic partners in effective, efficient and equitable service delivery to its citizens. And this line I have taken from the National Policy on Voluntary Organizations, which was written in 2007. So, you can write, as per national policy, the two should act as partners, not fight with each other. This also can be written as part of the conclusion. After challenges, you can write this as part of your conclusion. So, this question was again very easy. So, direct questions from governance, no strict question. So, we have discussed in detail what you have to write in each and every answer. So, I think we have finished all the question discussion.
The next question is, critically examine the aims and objectives of SCO. What importance does it hold for India? Very easy question. Very easy question. So, in the question it has been asked, it's not a brainstormer at all. It was one of the easiest questions which have been asked on IR in the exam this year. They've been asked that critically examine aims and objectives of SCO. That is all. So, basically, there's no difficulty understanding that the question is all about SCO. I have to describe SCO. I have to start with the description of SCO, what SCO is, then critically examine its aims and objectives. What are objectives of SCO? Write down those objectives and then critically examine them also. That means also highlight the challenges. Also highlight the challenges that yes, this is the objective, whether they are able to pursue the objective or not. And if they are not, if they are facing problems, what are those problems? And then the second part of the question is what importance this SCO has for India. That also point-wise we can highlight. How India became a member, when India became a member, and what is the importance of SCO for India. And then what are the challenges also for India in SCO, that also should be highlighted. And then the concluding paragraph, the way forward. And that is, I can discuss this with you. It's so simple. SCO, you all know, is an intergovernmental organization which was created in 2001. It has 9 members. The latest entrant is Iran. So basically, which are SCO members? The 2 most prominent members in SCO is Russia and China. It was a Russia-China initiative. Then we have 4 Central Asian countries, members of SCO. There are in total 5 Central Asian countries. Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. All the stans, 5 stans. Now, except Turkmenistan, All the other stans are members of SCO. There are 4 stans: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. Then India, Pakistan became members in 2017, and last year Iran became a member. So, because, and this was in the news, the recent Dushanbe summit which happened last year, where Prime Minister Modi delivered a speech highlighting role of SCO in world politics and India's expectations from SCO, where Iran was added as a member. So this was in the news, that is why it has been asked. So you first write what is SCO. SCO Charter, the document, the statutory document where the objectives are mentioned, was signed in 2002, and you highlight that in your answer, and then you start writing about the objectives and the goals of the organization along with their critical examination. Write the objective, also highlight the challenge. At the same place, do it. At one go itself. That will save words, that will save time, that will make the structure of the answer also more impressive. So first is that they should strengthen, all SCO members should strengthen mutual trust and have good neighborly relations with each other. That is the objective. What is the challenge here? When you look at these members, when Afghanistan is not a member, but in the bracket I have just mentioned the context and what challenges you can mention. When you look at these members, India, Pakistan does not have mutual trust. They do not have good neighborly relations. India, China also have a territorial dispute. India, China and Pakistan, they do not have a common approach with respect to Afghanistan. The recent developments, what has happened in Afghanistan, India invited China and Pakistan to attend the security dialogue in Delhi, which was hosted by India's National Security Advisor. China and Pakistan refused to participate. NSAs of all Central Asian countries and Iran and Russia participated. But Pakistan and China refused to participate. All these developments should be mentioned in the answer. Examples should be written in the answer to enrich your answer. So they do not have a common approach on Afghanistan, that means. So we are talking about mutual trust. The mutual trust is absent. When you look at these countries, then the second objective, which the charter says, Charter of SCO, the document on the basis of which SCO has been developed, that says the second objective is to promote cooperation in politics, trade, economy, research, technology, culture, education, energy, transport, tourism, environmental protection. To promote cooperation in all these areas. Do we see this cooperation happening? Do we see this cooperation happening? What are challenges? The biggest challenge is lack of connectivity. If you want to cooperate in all these areas, there should be connectivity. Among the SCO countries, there is a lack of connectivity. There is a lack of connectivity as far as India and Central Asia is concerned. Also, India, Russia is concerned. We are trying to address this through INSTC, through Chabar. That is what the way forward is. But we don't see cooperation in these areas happening. You look at BRI project of China. Is it helping us? It is helping the countries of this region achieve all these objectives. In fact, BRI is based on debt trap diplomacy, wolf warrior diplomacy of China, assertive aggressive attitude of China. So the organization says you cooperate in these areas. Whereas, we see lack of cooperation in these areas. These examples can be mentioned. Then the third objective, it says that SCO countries should make joint efforts to maintain and ensure peace, security, stability in the region. Is this happening? Peace, security and stability in the region. There are so many challenges. They have made this, they have started this initiative called RATS. RATS is Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure. Now this initiative is supposed to help these countries jointly fight against terrorism. But terrorism is the biggest problem. Terrorism, extremism, radicalization is the biggest problem in this region. And RATS is not effective enough to help. These examples should be quoted. Then also regional instability is there. Afghanistan is a very big reason for regional instability. Afghanistan is sandwiched between SCO countries. It is not a member of SCO. It's an observer member of SCO. It's not a full member of SCO. It is sandwiched between all these countries. All these countries should come together and help stabilize Afghanistan. Do we see that? India, Central Asia is cooperating with each other when it comes to Afghanistan. But do we see that similar cooperation when it comes to India, Pakistan, China? No, we don't. So these examples, assertive China is more and more assertive in this region. It has an exploitative policy. Its BRI is based on debt trap diplomacy. So is this going to, does this approach suit with peace, security and stability of the region? It has this assertive attitude in South China Sea. You can give the example of South China Sea and Ukraine. If you believe in peace and stability of the region, then what China is doing in South China Sea, trying to grab territory, is that the way forward? That is what you should do. What Russia today is doing in Ukraine, trying to grab territory of Ukraine, the Crimea Peninsula, I did it earlier, now it is doing further. This is what regional stability and peace is. So policies of these countries are not in line with what the goals of the organization are. Then the last objective is that the SCO should try and establish democratic, fair and rational new international political and economic order. A democratic and fair international economic order should be established, international economic and political order should be established. The kind of world order which countries like China are trying to establish, is that democratic and fair? When you look at Chinese policy, the debt trap diplomacy of China, violation of UNCLOS in the South China Sea, these examples should be quoted. Is this fair? Is this democratic? Is this rational? This is what the Western countries used to do earlier. Exploit the poor countries, the weaker countries. This is what China is doing now. What is the difference? What is new about it? Earlier, colonial powers of Europe used to exploit Asia and Africa, and now that role is being taken over by countries like China. What is so new about it? This should be mentioned in your answers. Examples should be mentioned. China is pursuing expansionist policies. Russia is also pursuing similar policies in places like Ukraine. Then the South-South cooperation model is flawed. China has been claiming that they are helping the South countries, the developing countries, the third world countries. But you know very well, you must mention about China's debt trap diplomacy, China's investments which are more and more unsustainable, unviable, and leading to debt trap for these poor countries of the world. That is not what South-South cooperation is. So this is how you can talk about the objectives and the goal, and then also critically examine at the same time. This is what is the requirement of the question is. The second requirement of the question is India's membership. So, as far as India's membership is concerned, India became member in 2017. And what is significance of SCO for India? Very simple to understand. India has economic and geopolitical interests in this region. SCO can help us achieve those interests, fulfill those objectives. First of all, the SCO has a potential to connect India with Central Asia. This will help in the implementation of India's Central Asia policy. What is India's Central Asia policy? Connect Central Asia policy. And we lack connectivity with Central Asia right now. Recently, five Central Asian ministers, they visited Delhi. And the third India Central Asia dialogue was hosted by Delhi. Recently, 2 weeks ago, in the month of December 2021. And there this was highlighted that the connectivity is so important. There is lack of connectivity. And why there is lack of connectivity? Because Pakistan has not been allowing India to use its territory to connect with Afghanistan and then Central Asia. So this problem has been there. So India sees a SCO as a solution, that there is a probability that in the future SCO may help us connect with Central Asia, and which is important for us politically, economically, strategically. We have political and economic interests here, strategic interests here. Central Asia is so rich in mineral and energy resources. So if we develop connectivity with Central Asia, and if SCO can help us in this, this will help India's energy security. Examples like Tapi pipeline. And also, if we are able to, get this connectivity, and if we are able to engage further with Central Asian countries with the help of SCO, that will increase India's presence in this region, and will help India expand its influence, and also deal with problems like Afghanistan in a better manner. So this is, in these particular respects, SCO can help us. Then we can talk about a role in Afghanistan. The recent Dushanbe summit, we should mention about it. Last year in the month of August, Taliban took over. Taliban rule returned to Afghanistan. Last year in August 2021. Dushanbe summit, the latest SCO summit held in September 2021. That is where Prime Minister Modi delivered a speech and said that SCO countries should cooperate with each other to stabilize Afghanistan, to make sure that Afghanistan should not become new home for terrorism. Prime Minister Modi's statement during the Dushanbe summit should be quoted here. It was the headlines in the newspapers. that SCO countries should follow a regional approach, a multilateral approach to combat with the challenge of instability in Afghanistan and ensure that Afghanistan should not become a home for terrorism in the future, and implement the UN Security Council Resolution number 2593, which has been passed recently in the UN Security Council under the leadership of India. India was the president of the UNSC in August, and under India's leadership, this resolution was passed to stabilize Afghanistan and to ensure that Afghanistan doesn't become a new home for terrorism and anti-India terrorist activities. So, SCO, if SCO plays a positive role, can help us in Afghanistan, then also SCO can also provide a multilateral platform for India to deal with confrontationist Pakistan. We right now have no platform, no regional platform which can help us deal with Pakistan. SAARC has become a stagnant platform. Since the year 2014, there has been no SAARC summit. So SCO is only one platform where India can use this platform to engage with confrontationist Pakistan, and therefore through this platform can help, can ensure, secure India's interests. So this is how this can benefit us for India's energy security, connectivity, also India's economic development. If India's trade volume with Central Asia increases through SCO, that will, and if it increases with Russia also, this will certainly help us. This will certainly help us in our economic development, in our progress. And there are many initiatives, and you can give many more examples. There are many initiatives that are going on. The Chabahar port project, which India has, the Shahid, now it is called the Shahid Beshti port. India has invested $500 million in the construction of the Shahid Beshti port. And recently, Central Asian countries, when the foreign ministers, when they visited Delhi, they discussed this precisely, that India and Central Asia should use the Shahid Beshti port to encourage connectivity, to form connectivity with Central Asia, to develop connectivity with Central Asia, to encourage the volume of trade, to increase the volume of trade. And this will also help in India's energy security in the future, because Central Asia is hugely rich in natural resources and mineral resources. Kazakhstan has the biggest uranium reserves in the world. So that can be done. And you should mention about Chabahar project, you should mention about the Ashgabat agreement, you should mention about INSTC project, which will help connect India, Russia through Iran and Central Asia. All these projects can be implemented in a much more better manner, in a much more logical manner through the SCO platform. So these are all potential benefits of being a member of SCO. These are all potential benefits of being a member of SCO. This is SCO's significance for us. But then what are the challenges ahead of India? In SCO, the connectivity is a challenge, even though the initiatives are there, but the initiatives, implementation of these initiatives, the smooth implementation is not happening. We were investing in Chabahar, through Chabahar, and the goal was to develop a route which will connect India, Iran and Afghanistan, bypassing the territory of Pakistan. The route was Chabahar, Chabahar to Zahedan, Zahedan to Zaranj, Zaranj to Delaram in Afghanistan. India was supposed to make all this investment. Now apparently under the Chinese pressure, Iran has announced that India was supposed to construct railway lines from Chabahar to Zahedan and Zahedan to Zaranj. Apparently under Chinese pressure, Iran has announced that India is now out of this project. Iran is going to construct these railway lines on its own without India, citing delays from the Indian side. Challenge. So instead of cooperating in developing the connectivity, Chinese role here is to, sabotage Indian projects. This again has links with the next point which I will discuss with you. It's all interrelated. And also we had plans to use Chabahar and these railway lines, the proposed project in Iran. We had plans to use this to connect with Central Asia, which is also will get jeopardized, and the Taliban rule which has come in Afghanistan. If the new Taliban government doesn't cooperate with India, India so far has not even recognized the Taliban government. If they do not cooperate with India, we will not be able to use all these projects to connect with Central Asia. This challenge is there. And also further develop INSTC, International North-South Transport Corridor, to connect with Russia and Europe. All these connectivity projects which we were hoping that SCO will help us implement them, all these connectivity projects today have problems. You mention all these examples in your answer. Just in one line each, you can mention all these examples. You can just highlight these projects, underline the words, and that is how you catch the eye of the examiner and you get good marks. The next is the Russia, China, US conundrum. India is a member of SCO, in which the most prominent countries are Russia and China. At the same time, India is a strategic and a defense partner of US. SCO is being seen as an initiative of Russia and China to counterbalance America's presence and influence in this region. And India is a member of this group, SCO. Whereas at the same time, India is a strong partner of US, India is a strategic and a defense partner of US, and India is a part of the US initiative called Quad, Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. The role of Quadrilateral Security Dialogue is, the objective of Quadrilateral Security Dialogue is to counterbalance rising influence of China in the Indo-Pacific. So these two, Quad SCO, has very different objectives, opposite objectives. And India is the only common entity here, member of both, part of both the teams. This is a conundrum for India. How to balance? How to balance? How to balance India, how to balance US and Russia, how to balance India-US relation and India-Russia relation, how to balance India-US relation and India-Iran relation. India has stopped buying oil from Iran under the American pressure. Probably this is the reason why Iran has accepted Chinese investments and have decided not to go ahead with the railway line construction projects which India was supposed to do in Iran. They have decided to go ahead with that on their own without India. So that conundrum is always there for India. How to balance these different relationships? America has been pressurizing us to not buy S-400 missile CAATSA sanctions, must mention as an example. And we have decided to go ahead with S-400 deal, which may cause problems in the future, which may cause, if USA doesn't give us a waiver, we have been demanding a presidential waiver from US on CAATSA. If that doesn't materialize, this may cause tensions in the relationship. So this is a challenge, how to balance. Then Belt and Road, all members of SCO have joined BRI, are part of BRI of China, Belt and Road Initiative of China. India is the only one which has boycotted. So we look at SCO as a connectivity, as an organization which has a potential significance of helping India develop connectivity. BRI, flagship connectivity project of China, all SCO members are part of it. India has boycotted. This will also cause problems for India to deal with the SCO members. AIIB, the same bank which India is also member of, Chinese initiative. It's a Chinese initiative, AIIB. India is the second largest investor in AIIB. AIIB bank is being used to fund BRI projects. India is a member of that initiative. How are we going to balance that? That is also a challenge. India-Pakistan. India-Pakistan. There is a possibility, the experts have been debating, that India-Pakistan rivalry will also start adversely affecting SCO summits in the future. Because we do not see any thaw or any normalization of relationship as far as India and Pakistan is concerned. So these points can be mentioned in the challenges. Just one line each, that is all. And then moving on to way forward. In the way forward, highlight this acronym given by Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi in the 2017 summit of SCO had given this concept called secure. That in order to become a successful organization, according to Prime Minister Modi, SCO must follow the concept of secure. This should be a very, very good conclusion for our answer. That in order to overcome all these challenges, this is what SCO can do. What is the secure concept? S stands for security of our citizens. E stands for economic development. C for connecting the region. U for uniting our people. R for respect for sovereignty and integrity. And E for environmental protection. Prime Minister Modi's concept, Prime Minister Modi had given this concept. This can be mentioned in the way forward. And the recent Dushanbe summit, Prime Minister Modi highlighted that SCO must strengthen its fight against radicalization and extremism. In the context of the return of Taliban rule in Afghanistan, this statement was made. So this should also be seen as a way forward for SCO in the coming days. So this is how you can attempt this question. All aspects we have discussed. This is how we can attempt this question. basically describe SEO, its goals and objectives, have critically examined by giving examples, and have also highlighted the role of SEO for India, importance of SEO for India, and challenges and the way forward. So you have so many points to write down. There's so much of content which you could have used in these answers. And you could have easily written beautiful answers, and I'm sure you all, especially my students have done this. So the last question now, the last question is on AUKUS. This has to be asked. I was telling my students, you are going to get a question on AUKUS on Quad. Throughout the year, this was in the newspapers. So the question was asked, what is the question? The newly tri-nation partnership AUKUS is aimed at countering China's ambition in the Indo-Pacific region. Is it going to supersede the existing partnership in the region? The first part of the question. The first is explanation of the issue. They have explained it themselves, made it so more easier for you. That AUKUS have been formed in order to counterbalance China in Indo-Pacific. The examiner himself is telling you this detail. What better you need, what else you require? And then he's asking the question that is it going to supersede existing partnerships in the region? That means you have to highlight what is the impact of AUKUS on existing partnerships in Indo-Pacific. This is what you have to address. And the second part of the question is discuss the strength and impact of AUKUS in the present scenario. That what is the strength of AUKUS and what will be the impact of AUKUS, overall impact of AUKUS. So the two parts of the answer, 15-mark question, 250 words, you get 3 pages to write. In the previous question also which we discussed on SEO, you get 3 pages to write. In 150-mark question, in 150-word question, you get 1.5 to 2 pages to write. In the 250-word question, in 15-mark question, you get 2.5 to 3 pages to write. So you have to discuss all this. First of all, hit the nail on the head. The context of the question, define AUKUS. What is AUKUS? First, you should define AUKUS. What is AUKUS? AUKUS is a military agreement which have been signed between Australia, UK, and US. It's a military cooperation agreement, a security agreement which have been signed between these three countries. What is the details of the agreement? And a formal agreement has been signed. Therefore, we can put this AUKUS under the category of a military alliance. A former written agreement has been signed in order to cooperate in terms of military security. So it's a military agreement signed between these three countries with the objective that US and UK will provide nuclear-propelled submarines to Australia. It's so important to mention nuclear-propelled submarines. If you write nuclear submarines, the explanation is wrong. Australia doesn't have nuclear weapons. They have a policy to not acquire nuclear weapons. So these submarines which under AUKUS will be provided, they are not going to be nuclear missile-enabled submarines. No. US and UK have decided to provide nuclear-propelled submarines to Australia. They are going to supply nuclear-propelled submarines. Submarines which run on nuclear energy as a fuel. The advantage of such submarines is that they are very silent. They are silent, and this can therefore enhance the capability of surveillance, underwater surveillance of a navy. The enemy will not be able to identify such submarines because the nuclear propelled submarines are much more silent as compared to diesel engine submarines. The noise is not there. The sonar radars will not be able to identify. And the submarine can stay underwater as long as possible because you do not have to come above the water for refueling. So therefore, all those navies which has nuclear propelled submarines, this certainly strengthens their naval capacity, their capacity to do surveillance of their enemy and patrolling in the region, in the ocean. This makes the navy more lethal, more stronger. And this is exactly what this AUKUS agreement is going to do. It is going to provide nuclear, the US and UK have decided to provide nuclear propelled submarines to Australia to strengthen its naval capacity in order to counterbalance China's growing naval presence in Indo-Pacific. That is the context. So the balance of power strategy is being implemented here. You can mention in this your answer. US and UK are trying to use Australia to balance China, external balancing strategy by forming an alliance, a military alliance. So this is the context. This should be the introduction. then its impact on other partnerships in the region. Which are the other partnerships in the region? First of all, the most important quadrilateral security dialogue, Australia, US, Japan, India. These 4 countries are part of this quadrilateral security dialogue. So what is going to be the impact on this? First of all, highlight the difference. Tell the examiner that you have conceptual clarity. What is the difference between AUKUS and Quad? AUKUS is a military agreement, a written military alliance agreement. And also it's not something which is new. It's not that UK, US and Australia are going to get into a new military alliance. They're already military alliance partners. UK is a member of NATO. And there is an already Cold War era existing military alliance between Australia, New Zealand and US, which is known as ANZUS. So they are already military alliance partners. By signing the AUKUS agreement, this military alliance has been strengthened further. Whereas Quad is not a military alliance. Quad is not a military alliance. Quadrilateral security dialogue. It's a dialogue process which is being increasingly formalized by holding regular meetings between the head of states of these 4 countries. So it is not a military alliance. That is the basic difference. Quad is a dialogue process, whereas AUKUS is a military alliance agreement. And yes, it will have an impact. Earlier, Quad was being seen as the most important strategy and the most robust grouping to counterbalance China in the Indo-Pacific. And therefore was highlighting India's role also in that context. Now this AUKUS agreement has been signed. So this will create a new security architecture in Indo-Pacific, which is exclusionary, which is not including countries like India and Japan. So this can have a potential impact on Quad. Quad's relevance, there is a possibility Quad's relevance may reduce in the future because of AUKUS agreement. This must be highlighted. The Five Eyes alliance group, the intelligence sharing network between US, UK, Australia, New Zealand and Canada, that also may get affected by AUKUS because these New Zealand, Canada are not part of this AUKUS alliance now. Also, India's vision of Indo-Pacific, highlighted by Prime Minister Modi in the Shangri-La dialogue. India's vision, what is India's vision of Indo-Pacific? That ASEAN centrality, India highlights ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific. AUKUS agreement is also not in line with that vision. A new regional security architecture has been formed in Indo-Pacific with the help of signing of AUKUS, which is exclusionary in nature. India's Indo-Pacific vision is that Indo-Pacific we should have to try and create such a region which is inclusionary. Inclusive policies should be followed. All stakeholders should be made part of it. But this is exclusionary. Only 3 countries and only 3 countries have decided to come together and follow a common policy and have signed a military alliance agreement with each other. Other stakeholders have not been given space in this. So this is an exclusionary strategy which may create a new regional security architecture in this region. That should be highlighted. This is the impact which it may have in coming days on this particular region. Then what is the strength of AUKUS? I have already told you. It will enhance capabilities of the members and strengthen the containment strategy of US. It will enhance the surveillance capability of the Australian Navy, and therefore will enhance the containment strategy which US is following against China in the Indo-Pacific. Also, this can act as a viable deterrent against China in this particular region. So this is the strength of this particular AUKUS agreement. What are the challenges? What are the challenges in the question itself? The tag word is discuss. So when you have to discuss, you must also highlight the challenges as well, because you've been precisely asked to discuss the issue. Not just describe or explain, but discuss. So in discuss, you also must highlight the challenges. So what are challenges? This may trigger a possible arms race in Indo-Pacific region. Counter alliances may emerge, which will destabilize the region. China, Russia, they can form a counter alliance. They've already been very critical of Quad and AUKUS both. They call it Asian NATO. And this can further intensify this rhetoric, and this can destabilize the region also. Because this can be the inflection point of where with the new Cold War which actually get triggered if the counter alliance happens. Then also concerns with respect to France. France has not been happy with the AUKUS agreement because France was supposed to sell nuclear propelled submarines to Australia without consulting France. US and UK signed this agreement with Australia, which has in fact affected France's military defense deal with Australia. So France has been very unhappy, has criticized AUKUS also. French president has made very unpleasant statements against USA, which should be mentioned here. This is a challenge because these are all like-minded countries. France has been an ally of US. So if there is trust deficit emerging between these countries, this is going to be a challenge for AUKUS countries in the future. And in the concluding paragraph, you must highlight the imperatives of India's Indo-Pacific vision. India's Indo-Pacific vision, which has been articulated by Prime Minister Modi himself in the Shangri-La dialogue. ASEAN centrality, inclusive policy in Indo-Pacific, making a peaceful and a stable and a prosperous region. Also resolving disputes in line with international law and global norms and principles. These are all important points of the India's Indo-Pacific vision. All that should be, just the most important 2-3 points should be highlighted here in the concluding statements, that American strategy should take cue from India's Indo-Pacific vision, which has been designed in a manner for long-term stability, peace, and progress of this region. Rather than, so therefore, American policies in the way forward you can write, America should follow a collaborative strategy, should have adequate consultations with all stakeholders before launching such initiatives. So America is following the containment strategies, okay, but all stakeholders should be part of it. It should not be exclusionary, it should be inclusionary, in line with India's Indo-Pacific vision. So that should be your concluding remarks. So this is how you can attempt all these 4 questions. I hope this discussion has helped you, and this is how you should do it. Understand the requirement of the question, understand the keywords in the question, the tag word in the question, what approach you should follow, and then structure your answer on the basis of that. So in the given time, I have tried to summarize a lot of details. The time crunch is there. I do not want that this video should become longer and longer. If the video becomes very long, then obviously, a lot of students do struggle to maintain their concentration levels also to see a long video. So in a shorter video, basic aim has been that to tell you that what was the requirement of these questions and what structure you could have followed in all these answers, and what sort of content you should have reproduced in all these answers. So that was the basic aim. I've tried to do it in a very brisk manner in the given time, and I hope it would benefit you. This is the framework which you can follow while attempting IR questions in the future also, and reading the newspapers is imperative, very important to answer IR questions in the exam. All the best to all of you, all the best who have appeared in the exam. God bless you, and I sincerely hope that you get best results, and all the best for your future, for all of those who are going to appear in the future years. Thank you so much.